The most profound deception you have ever been sold is the idea that the world around you is a solid, objective reality that exists independently of your perception. You have been taught from birth to react to the environment, to struggle against circumstances, and to believe that your success depends on how hard you can push against a world that seems indifferent to your desires. This traditional approach to life is fundamentally flawed because it treats the symptoms of your experience rather than the cause, leading to a cycle of exhaustion and temporary gains that never seem to touch the core of your existence. To truly master your life, you must undergo a radical paradigm shift that moves you away from the role of a victim and into the seat of the conscious architect. This transition is not a mystical leap of faith, but a mechanical adjustment to the way you interact with the fabric of existence itself. When you begin to understand that reality creation is a predictable process governed by the laws of consciousness, the fear of the unknown begins to evaporate. We are moving beyond the simplistic notions of positive thinking and into a sophisticated marriage between the cutting edge of quantum psychology and the timeless wisdom of the law of assumption. This journey requires a level of mental discipline that most people never achieve, yet it offers rewards that the five senses cannot even begin to comprehend. To walk this path is to join a collective of souls who refuse to be defined by their past, much like the resonance we cultivate within the elevated within, where the focus remains entirely on the expansion of the internal self. By choosing to engage with these principles, you are signaling to the field that you are ready to stop being a spectator in your own life. The intersection of quantum physics and consciousness reveals that the observer is not separate from the observed, which is the cornerstone of everything we will explore. In the laboratory, the observer effect proves that the mere act of paying attention to a subatomic particle changes its behavior, forcing it to choose a position in space. This is not a metaphor for your life. It is the literal blueprint of how your world is constructed from moment to moment. Neville Goddard spent his life teaching that your imagination is the actual creative power of God within you, and that your internal state is the only true cause of every external event. When we blend this with the understanding of the quantum observer, we see that your life is a continuous collapse of infinite possibilities into a single, tangible experience based on your internal assumptions. Traditional goal setting fails because it operates on the assumption that you are here and your goal is over there, separated by a vast distance of time and effort. This sense of separation creates a psychological tension that actually repels the very thing you are trying to attract, as the quantum field only responds to what you are, not what you want. Reality creation is a mechanical process of alignment, where you stop seeking and start occupying the frequency of the version of you who already possesses the desired result. If you believe that you must work through a series of external steps to reach a destination, you are essentially telling the universe that you do not have it yet. The field, being a perfect mirror, reflects that state of not having back to you in the form of delays, obstacles, and frustration. Consciousness is the only reality, and the three-dimensional world you see with your eyes is merely a delayed projection of your past internal states. Think of the world as a giant cinema screen where the film being played has already been shot and edited by your previous thoughts and feelings. Trying to change your life by manipulating the external world is as futile as running up to the movie screen and trying to paint over the actors to change the plot. To change the movie, you must go back to the projection room, which is your own mind, and change the reel of film you are running. This requires a total withdrawal of your attention from the evidence of your senses, especially when those senses are screaming that your desires are nowhere to be found. The external world is not solid. It is a fluid, shimmering field of energy that hardens into matter only when you give it the command of your attention. Most people are trapped in a feedback loop where they look at their bank account, feel poor, and then project that feeling of poverty back into the field, which then ensures the bank account stays empty. To break this cycle, you must develop the ability to see what you want to see regardless of what the mirror is showing you at this moment. This is the mechanical core of the law of assumption, which dictates that you must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled until that assumption becomes your natural state of being. Once the internal state is fixed, the external world has no choice but to rearrange itself to match that new reality. We must dismantle the belief in an objective reality that exists outside of your own awareness, because that belief is the primary anchor keeping you stuck in your current circumstances. There is no world out there that is happening to you. There is only a world that is happening through you as a direct reflection of your self-concept. When you change the way you perceive yourself, the people in your life change their behavior. New opportunities appear out of thin air, and the very structure of your daily experience shifts. This is not because you are doing something to them, but because you have changed the quantum signature you are projecting into the field. You are the only person in your universe, and everyone else is merely a messenger telling you who you are being in that moment. The delay between your internal shift and the external manifestation is often where most people lose their way, but this buffer is actually a necessary part of the three-dimensional experience. If reality shifted instantly with every fleeting thought, the world would be a chaotic and unstable place where your fears would manifest as quickly as your desires. The buffer allows you to refine your focus and prove to yourself that your assumption is persistent and real. Understanding this delay as a mechanical necessity rather than a sign of failure allows you to remain calm and centered even when the 3D world seems to be contradicting your new truth. You must learn to walk through the world with the quiet confidence of someone who knows the check is already in the mail. Quantum psychology teaches us that our brains are not just processing the world, but are actually filtering it based on what we believe is possible. Your reticular activating system is a gateway that only lets in information that matches your current identity, effectively blinding you to the infinite paths to success that are already surrounding you. When you shift your consciousness, you are literally rewiring your brain to see a different world, which then allows you to take actions and notice opportunities that were previously invisible. This is why the rich get richer and the happy get happier. They are locked into a self-reinforcing quantum loop that they have unconsciously created. Mastery begins when you take the wheel of this loop and consciously decide which direction it will spin. The transition from a reaction-based life to a creation-based life is the most significant evolution a human being can undergo. It requires you to stop being a victim of chance and start being the deliberate cause of your effects. This means taking radical responsibility for everything you see, knowing that even the parts of your life you dislike are the result of your own past internal states. While this can be a daunting realization, it is also the ultimate liberation, because if you are the one who created the problem, you are also the only one with the power to dissolve it. You no longer need to wait for the government, the economy, or a lucky break to change your life. You only need to change the inner conversation you are having with yourself. As we move forward, we will explore the specific mechanics of how to collapse the wave function of your potential into the solid reality of your dreams. We will look at how the brain functions as a transceiver, both sending out the signal of your intent and receiving the evidence of your success. This process is as scientific as it is spiritual, and as you begin to see the results in your own life, your faith in your own creative power will become unshakable. You are not a small, insignificant person trying to survive in a big, scary world. You are the very consciousness in which the entire world exists. Once you truly grasp this, the game of life changes from a struggle for survival into a joyous exercise in artistic expression. Everything you desire already exists as a probability in the quantum field, waiting for you to claim it with the power of your assumption. The only thing standing between you and your highest vision is the persistent belief that you are separate from it and that it must be earned through external toil. By dissolving this illusion of separation, you allow the natural flow of creation to move through you without resistance. You are the observer, the actor, and the director of your own play, and the stage is ready for your next command. The paradigm shift is complete when you realize that you never had to find the light. You simply had to realize that you are the one holding the projector. The projector of your consciousness does not beam its light into a vacuum, but into a dense, intelligent web of energy known as the quantum field. This field is the invisible scaffolding of the universe, a realm of pure potentiality where time and space, as you understand them, do not exist. Within this zero-point field, every possible version of your life is already vibrating at its own unique frequency, existing as a mathematical probability waiting for a witness. You are not a solitary actor trying to build a world from scratch. You are a cosmic surfer navigating an ocean of infinite variations. Every dream you have ever entertained and every nightmare you have ever feared is currently sitting in a state of superposition, fully formed and ready to be experienced. Superposition is the scientific realization that a particle can exist in multiple places and states simultaneously until it is measured. In the context of your personal reality, this means that the version of you who is a master of their craft, the version who lives in total abundance, and the version who is perfectly healthy are all real right now. These are not distant futures or mere fantasies, but active wave functions occupying the same space as your current physical body. The only reason you are experiencing one specific version over the others is because of the persistent direction of your awareness. You are currently entangled with a specific set of probabilities that match your dominant internal frequency, creating the illusion of a fixed, unchanging life. The bridge between these infinite possibilities and your tangible experience is the observer effect, a fundamental law of quantum mechanics. When a scientist observes an electron, the electron responds to the gaze by collapsing from a wave of probability into a localized particle of matter. Your life is a continuous series of these collapses, where your attention acts as the measurement tool that forces the fluid field to harden into fact. If you focus on the lack in your life, you are effectively measuring lack, which forces the quantum field to provide you with more particles of scarcity. The field is entirely impersonal and highly responsive, meaning it has no choice but to mirror the quality of the observation you provide. This process of observation is not a passive act of looking, but an active engagement of your entire psychological apparatus. Most people allow their observation to be dictated by the environment, which creates a closed loop of repetitive experiences that feel like destiny. When you look at your current circumstances and react to them, you are reinforcing the existing collapse and ensuring that the next moment will be a carbon copy of the last. To break this cycle, you must learn to observe the field from a place of intentionality rather than reaction. You must become a conscious observer who looks past the shadows on the screen to see the light of the potentiality behind them. The human brain is the sophisticated hardware designed to interface with this quantum field, acting as a powerful transceiver of energy and information. It is not merely a storage device for memories, but a biological antenna that constantly broadcasts your internal state and receives corresponding data from the field. At the heart of this transceiver system is the Reticular Activating System, a dense network of neurons in the brainstem that serves as the ultimate gatekeeper of your reality. The job of this system is to filter out the millions of bits of information that bombard your senses every second, only allowing through what it deems relevant. What it deems relevant is determined entirely by your quantum signature, which is the sum total of your beliefs, assumptions, and habitual thoughts. Your quantum signature acts as a set of instructions for the Reticular Activating System, telling it exactly which version of reality to tune into. If your internal signature is calibrated to the frequency of being overlooked and undervalued, your brain will physically blind you to opportunities for recognition and success. It will filter out the smile of a potential partner, the hidden opening in a business deal, and the creative solution to a pressing problem. You are surrounded by a sea of miracles at every moment, but you cannot see them if your biological filter is set to a different channel. This is why two people can walk through the same room and have two completely different experiences. They are tuned to different layers of the field. Understanding that the brain is a transceiver changes the way you approach the concept of creation entirely. You are not making something out of nothing. You are selecting a pre-existing frequency from a vast menu of possibilities. Imagine a radio that can access every station in the universe simultaneously, but can only play the one that the dial is currently set to. The music of the station you are not listening to is still there, vibrating through the air, but it remains silent to you until you change the frequency. Your life is the music playing through your speakers, and your internal state is the hand on the dial. The act of selection is a radical departure from the traditional model of hard work and external struggle. In the old paradigm, you believed you had to move mountains in the physical world to get what you wanted, which is like trying to change the radio station by yelling at the speakers. In the quantum paradigm, you realize that you only need to shift your internal frequency to match the station that is already playing the music of your desire. Once the shift is made internally, the reticular activating system begins to let in the information, people, and events that are consistent with that new station. You do not have to find your way to the new reality. The new reality reveals itself to you as you become a match for it. This shift in perspective removes the burden of creation from your shoulders and replaces it with the art of recognition. When you stop trying to manufacture results and start focusing on selecting states, the tension of manifestation begins to dissolve. You realize that you cannot want something that does not already exist as a possibility in the field, as the very desire is proof of the potentiality. If the version of you who has achieved your goal did not already exist in the quantum soup, you would not be able to conceive of it or feel the pull toward it. Your desires are not random cravings. They are navigational signals from the field telling you which frequencies are available for you to occupy. The field is a mirror that does not judge the quality of the image you present to it. It only reflects that image back with perfect mathematical precision. If you present an image of someone who is seeking, the field will reflect back a world that keeps you in a state of seeking. To select a new reality, you must move from the frequency of wanting to the frequency of having, which is the only way to collapse the corresponding wave function. This requires a profound level of mental discipline, as it involves asserting a truth that your physical senses may not yet be able to verify. You are operating in the realm of causes, knowing that the effects will follow as a matter of scientific necessity. Every moment of your life is a fresh opportunity to recalibrate your transceiver and select a different branch of the quantum tree. You are never stuck in a reality unless you continue to observe it with the same set of eyes and the same set of internal filters. The past has no power over your current selection unless you use your memory to keep the old frequency alive in your present moment. By withdrawing your attention from the evidence of what has been, you free up the energy required to observe what can be. This is the true meaning of being born again. It is the conscious decision to die to an old frequency and emerge as a new vibration. The quantum field is not a distant place you visit during meditation. It is the very substance of the chair you are sitting on and the air you are breathing. It is an ocean of light that is sensitive to the slightest movement of your mind, responding to your expectations with the speed of thought. When you begin to treat the world as a fluid field of potential rather than a solid prison of facts, you reclaim your power as a conscious architect. You are the one who decides which probabilities will become your history and which will remain as unmanifested waves. The mastery of your life is found in the precision of your selection and the persistence of your focus. The reticular activating system is constantly looking for evidence to support your current quantum signature, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy that can be either your greatest ally or your most formidable enemy. If you decide that the world is a place of infinite opportunity, your brain will begin to highlight every small piece of evidence that supports this new assumption. You will notice a flyer on a telephone pole, a comment in a podcast, or a sudden intuition that leads you exactly where you need to go. These are not coincidences. They are the mechanical result of your brain finally allowing you to see what was always there. The field does not change for you. You simply change your relationship to the field, and in doing so, your entire world transforms. The concept of selecting rather than creating is the ultimate shortcut to the life you desire. It bypasses the need for complex strategies and the exhaustion of the hustle by focusing entirely on the point of origin. When you are tuned to the frequency of success, success finds you because it is the only thing your brain is allowed to perceive and your energy is allowed to attract. You become a magnet for the specific particles of the field that resonate with your internal state, drawing them out of the void and into your physical experience. This is the science of miracles, where the impossible becomes the inevitable through the simple act of choosing a different observation. We are living in a participatory universe where the boundary between the mind and the world is far more porous than we were led to believe. Your thoughts are not hidden away in your skull. They are ripples in the quantum field that eventually return to you as events and circumstances. By taking control of the transceiver, You stop being a victim of the random signals being broadcast by the collective consciousness and start broadcasting your own unique signal. This requires you to be the guardian of your attention, refusing to let it wander into frequencies that do not serve your highest vision. Your attention is the most valuable currency you possess, for it is the literal energy that buys your reality. The transition to this quantum way of living is a process of shedding the old skin of limitation and stepping into the vastness of your true nature. You are a localized point of awareness within an infinite field of intelligence, and you have been given the keys to the kingdom through the power of your focus. As you deepen your understanding of these principles, the fear of the future vanishes, because you realize that the future is just a collection of probabilities that you have the power to influence. You are no longer waiting for life to happen to you. You are happening to life with the full backing of the laws of physics. The field is ready, the possibilities are infinite, and the choice has always been yours. The mechanism that bridges the gap between the infinite potential of the quantum field and your physical experience is not your willpower or your external effort, but a specific psychological state that Neville Goddard identified as the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Most people misunderstand this directive, confusing the word feeling with a fleeting emotional high or a temporary burst of excitement. If you approach reality creation by trying to force yourself into a state of frantic happiness, you are actually signaling to the field that you do not have your desire, because excitement is often a reaction to something unexpected or external to yourself. True feeling, in the context of quantum psychology, is not an emotional reaction, but a deep, settled sense of naturalness and an unwavering internal knowing. It is the quiet, cool conviction that the thing you seek is already a fact of your existence, carrying the same psychological weight as the knowledge that you have breath in your lungs or a floor beneath your feet. When you move into the state of naturalness, the tension of wanting dissolves because you can only want what you believe you lack. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is characterized by a profound sense of relief, a psychological exhale that occurs when the search is over and the destination has been reached. This state of being is far more powerful than any emotional peak because it is stable, grounded, and immune to the fluctuations of the external world. You are not trying to convince yourself of a lie. You are claiming a quantum reality that already exists in a state of superposition and making it your primary point of reference. This shift from seeking to having is the fundamental requirement for collapsing the wave function into the specific particle of your desired experience. The subconscious mind is the engine room of this entire process, and it operates on a language that is entirely different from the analytical, word-based language of the conscious mind. Your subconscious does not respond to the words you speak or the logical arguments you make. It is a blind servant that only understands the language of sensory vivid impressions. To the subconscious, a thought that is infused with the textures, sounds, and sense of reality is indistinguishable from a physical event occurring in the three-dimensional world. This is why affirmations often fail when they are repeated as empty mantras without the accompanying sensory weight that gives them the ring of truth. To successfully impress a new reality upon the subconscious, you must bypass the gatekeeper of logic and present a finished internal product that feels as solid as granite. The law of identical vibrations dictates that you can only experience what you are currently vibrating in resonance with, and your vibration is determined by your dominant internal feeling tone. This tone is the background frequency of your life, the underlying assumption of who you are and what is possible for you. If you are trying to manifest wealth while maintaining the feeling tone of someone who is struggling to pay bills, you are creating a vibrational dissonance that the quantum field cannot resolve in your favor. You must learn to match your internal frequency to the version of you who has already achieved the result, which means adopting the thoughts, reactions, and quiet confidence of that future self in the present moment. This is not an act of pretending, but an act of intentional resonance where you choose to inhabit the frequency of your success before the evidence appears. To reach this state of pure resonance, you must first clear the canvas of your consciousness through the practice of the I Am meditation. This is the process of stripping away the layers of identity that you have accumulated over a lifetime, including your name, your past, your profession, and your current limitations. When you sit in the silence and repeat the words I am, you are returning to the state of unconditioned awareness, the primordial void from which all creation emerges. In this state, you are no longer a person defined by circumstances. You are the very consciousness that gives those circumstances life. By dissolving the old self-concept, you create a vacuum in the field that can then be filled with the new assumptions you wish to harden into fact. The I Am meditation is the ultimate tool for identity deconstruction, allowing you to step outside the prison of your history and view your life as a series of choices rather than a set of fixed conditions. As you dwell in this state of pure being, you realize that the I Am is the only true reality, and everything that follows those two words is an assumption that you have the power to change. If you have spent years saying I am tired, I am poor, or I am unlucky, you have been inadvertently commanding the quantum field to produce those exact results. By returning to the root of I Am, you reclaim the power to attach new qualities to your existence, such as I am prosperous, I am loved, or I am the master of my fate. This is the point of zero resistance, where the old world dies and the new world begins its journey into manifestation. The sensory language of the subconscious requires you to become an architect of the mind, building scenes that carry the tones of reality through the use of your inner senses. When you imagine a scene that implies your wish is fulfilled, you must not simply look at it as if you were watching a movie on a screen. You must be in the scene, experiencing it through your own eyes. You must feel the cold metal of the doorknob to your new home, hear the specific resonance of a voice congratulating you, and smell the salt air of the ocean you have always wanted to live near. These sensory details are the hooks that pull the quantum probability into your physical timeline, as they provide the subconscious with the evidence it needs to accept the new state as a present fact. The more vivid the impression, the more rapidly the field responds to the command. Naturalness is the final seal of approval that the subconscious requires before it begins the process of rearranging the external world. If your imaginal act feels strange, forced, or impossible, it means you have not yet reached the frequency of the version of you who lives that reality. You must repeat your internal work until the idea of having your desire feels more natural than the idea of not having it. This state of naturalness is the point of no return, where the seed has been planted so deeply that its growth becomes an inevitability. You no longer need to check the mirror or look for signs, because the internal conviction has become so strong that the 3D world begins to feel like a fading memory of a person you no longer are. The law of identical vibrations works with mathematical certainty, ensuring that your external environment always matches your internal landscape. If you find yourself surrounded by chaos and lack, it is a direct signal that your internal feeling tone is vibrating at the frequency of chaos and lack. This realization is not meant to be a source of guilt, but a source of immense power, as it provides you with a clear diagnostic of your current state. By consciously shifting your feeling tone through sensory vivid imagination and the I Am meditation, you change the signal you are broadcasting, which forces the field to change the reflection it provides. You are the tuning fork of your own reality, and the universe has no choice but to hum along with the note you strike. Most people fail in this process because they allow the evidence of their senses to dictate their internal state, rather than using their internal state to dictate the evidence of their senses. They wait for the money to appear before they feel wealthy, or for the partner to arrive before they feel loved, which is a fundamental misunderstanding of the creative process. In the quantum model, the feeling must precede the fact, as the feeling is the very substance out of which the fact is constructed. You must have the courage to feel the reality of your desire in the face of contradictory evidence, knowing that the internal impression is the only true cause. This mental discipline is what separates the conscious creator from the reactive masses who are forever at the mercy of their environment. The subconscious mind does not have the capacity to argue or reject an idea that is presented to it with enough sensory vividness and conviction. It is like the fertile soil of a garden that will grow a poisonous weed as readily as a beautiful rose, depending entirely on the seed that is planted. Your habitual feelings and assumptions are the seeds, and the events of your life are the harvest that you must eventually reap. By taking control of the impression phase, you stop the accidental growth of unwanted circumstances and begin the deliberate cultivation of a life that reflects your highest ideals. You are the gardener of your own consciousness, and the quality of your life is a direct reflection of the attention you pay to the seeds you sow. The I Am meditation serves as the pruning shears that allow you to cut away the dead branches of your old identity, making room for the new growth to emerge. As you sit in the stillness, you begin to perceive that the person you thought you were is merely a collection of stories and reactions that you have outgrown. This realization brings a sense of profound freedom, as you understand that you are not bound by your past mistakes or your current limitations unless you choose to remain identified with them. The state of I Am is the gateway to all possibilities, a neutral ground where you can reinvent yourself from the inside out. Once you have tasted the power of this unconditioned state, the dramas of the external world lose their ability to disturb your peace. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is not a state you visit once and then abandon. It is a new home that you must move into and occupy until it becomes your default setting. You must walk, talk, and breathe from the perspective of the version of you who already has what you desire, making every decision from that elevated state of being. This persistent assumption creates a psychological pressure that the 3D world cannot resist, eventually forcing it to yield and conform to your new truth. It is the steady, unwavering application of this feeling that collapses time and brings your manifestation into the present moment. You are not waiting for a future event. You are experiencing a present reality that has not yet hardened into physical form. The subconscious is always listening, always recording, and always projecting, even when you are not consciously aware of it. Every idle thought and every reactive emotion is a potential seed that can take root if it is given enough attention and feeling. This is why the mastery of your internal state is a full-time commitment that requires radical awareness of every movement of your mind. You must become the gatekeeper of your own consciousness, refusing to entertain any feeling or thought that does not align with the version of yourself you wish to become. By maintaining a high vibrational frequency and a clear sense of naturalness, you turn your life into a continuous stream of conscious creation. The law of identical vibrations ensures that like attracts like, but it also ensures that what is not like is repelled. When you truly inhabit the feeling of wealth, the circumstances of poverty begin to fall away because they can no longer find a vibrational anchor in your consciousness. You may lose a job that was keeping you stuck, or a certain group of people may drift out of your life, making room for the new opportunities that match your elevated frequency. These transitions can sometimes feel disruptive, but they are the mechanical result of your internal shift, clearing the path for your manifestation to arrive. Trust the process of vibrational realignment, knowing that the field is always working to bring your external world into harmony with your internal state. The I Am meditation is also a powerful tool for dissolving the ego, which is the part of you that insists on separation and struggle. The ego thrives on the idea that you are a small, isolated being who must fight against a hostile world to get what you need. By returning to the state of I Am, you bypass the ego entirely and tap into the universal intelligence that knows exactly how to bring your desires to pass. You realize that you do not need to know the how or the when, as those are the responsibilities of the field once the seed has been planted. Your only job is to remain faithful to the feeling of the wish fulfilled and to keep your internal signal clear and strong. The sensory details you choose for your imaginal acts should be those that carry the strongest emotional resonance for you, as these are the ones that will most effectively penetrate the subconscious. If you are manifesting a new car, do not just see the car. Feel the texture of the leather seats, hear the specific sound of the engine, and feel the weight of the key in your hand. These small, specific details provide the subconscious with the anchors it needs to make the scene feel real. When the scene feels real to you, it becomes real to the subconscious, and the process of manifestation is set in motion. The field does not respond to vague desires. It responds to clear, sensory-vivid commands that are backed by the feeling of naturalness. This process of reality creation is a science that anyone can master with enough practice and discipline. It is not reserved for the lucky few or the spiritually gifted. It is a fundamental law of the universe that is available to every human being. The only thing that stops you from experiencing the life of your dreams is your own refusal to give up the old feelings and assumptions that have kept you stuck. By embracing the power of feeling as the secret and using the I Am meditation to reset your identity, you take the first steps toward becoming a conscious architect of your reality. The journey is not about changing the world, but about changing yourself. For when you change yourself, the world has no choice but to follow. The transition from a life of reaction to a life of creation is the most important shift you will ever make. It requires you to stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the deliberate cause of your effects. This means taking full responsibility for your internal state, knowing that every feeling you entertain is a blueprint for your future experience. As you become more proficient in these techniques, you will find that the gap between your imaginal acts and their physical manifestation begins to shrink. You are learning to operate at the speed of thought, navigating the quantum field with the precision of a master. The life you have always wanted is not something you have to earn, it is something you have to be. The feeling of naturalness is the ultimate indicator that your internal work is complete. When you can think of your desire without the slightest hint of longing, anxiety, or doubt, you know that the seed has been successfully planted in the subconscious. You have moved from the state of wanting to the state of having, and the field is now in the process of bringing that state into physical form. This is the quiet confidence of the Creator, the peace that passes all understanding, and the foundation upon which all true success is built. You are no longer a seeker. You are a finder's, and the world is your playground. As you continue to refine your ability to inhabit the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you will discover that the boundaries between your imagination and reality begin to blur. Your internal world becomes so vivid and so real that the 3D world starts to feel like the shadow, which is exactly what it is. This is the state that Neville Goddard described as living in the end, where you are so anchored in your desired reality that nothing in the external world can move you from your conviction. You have become the master of your own vibration, and as a result, you have become the master of your fate. The field is your mirror, and it is finally reflecting the greatness that you have always carried within. The I Am meditation is the key to maintaining this mastery, providing you with a daily practice for clearing the clutter of the day and returning to the source of your power. It is in the silence of the I Am that you find the strength to persist in your assumptions and the clarity to see the path ahead. By making this meditation a non-negotiable part of your life, you ensure that you are always creating from a place of pure potential rather than from a place of past conditioning. You are the eternal observer, the one who chooses which waves will collapse and which stories will be told. The power of creation is in your hands, and it all begins with the simple, profound realization that feeling is the secret. Your subconscious mind is like a vast, underwater ocean that carries the currents of your life, and your conscious feelings are the winds that determine the direction of those currents. If you allow the winds of fear and doubt to blow unchecked, your life will be a stormy and unpredictable journey. But if you learn to harness the winds of the wish fulfilled, you can guide your ship to any destination you choose. The subconscious does not care where you are going. It only follows the direction you provide through the intensity and naturalness of your feelings. You are the captain of this vessel, and the ocean is waiting for your command. The law of identical vibrations is the reason why your self-concept is the most important factor in your reality creation. You cannot manifest wealth if your self-concept is that of a poor person, just as you cannot manifest health if your self-concept is that of a sick person. Your self-concept is the sum total of all your I Am statements, the hidden blueprint that the subconscious uses to build your life. By using the I Am meditation to strip away the old blueprint and the feeling of the wish fulfilled to create a new one, you are performing a psychological heart transplant. You are giving yourself a new core, a new frequency, and a new life. The sensory vividness of your imaginal acts as a bridge between the unseen and the seen, allowing you to taste the fruit of your labor before the tree has even grown. This is not a mental exercise. It is a biological and quantum event that changes the very structure of your being. When you feel the reality of your desire, your brain releases the same chemicals and fires the same neurons as if the event were actually happening. You are literally rehearsing your future, making it so familiar to your nervous system that when it finally arrives, it feels like an old friend. This familiarity is the essence of naturalness, the final ingredient that turns a possibility into a fact. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is the ultimate act of faith, not in a distant deity, but in the creative power that resides within you. It is the recognition that you and the Father are one, and that the Father is your own wonderful human imagination. When you trust your imagination enough to feel its creations as real, you are aligning yourself with the highest law in the universe. You are no longer a beggar at the gates of life. You are the king or queen of your own domain, creating your reality with every breath and every thought. The world is yours to shape, and the only limit is the one you place upon your own ability to feel. The I Am meditation allows you to step into the role of the observer, the one who is not touched by the fluctuations of the world or the chatter of the mind. From this vantage point, you can see that your problems are not solid obstacles, but merely temporary wave functions that you have the power to dissolve. You realize that you are the light that illuminates the world, and that without your awareness, nothing would exist. This shift in perspective is the true meaning of enlightenment, the realization that you are the creator and the creation all at once. Once you have seen this truth, you can never go back to being the person you were before. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is a state of psychological rest, the Sabbath where you cease from your own works and allow the power within you to take over. It is the end of the struggle, the end of the hustle, and the beginning of the joyous expression of your true nature. You have done the work, you have planted the seed, and now you simply wait for the harvest with the quiet confidence of a farmer who knows the laws of nature. The field is faithful, the law is certain, and your manifestation is as sure as the rising sun. You have found the secret, and the secret has set you free. The sensory language of the subconscious is the key to unlocking the treasures of the quantum field, and the I Am meditation is the map that shows you the way. Together, they form a complete system for reality creation that is both simple and profound. You do not need any external tools, any special rituals, or any secret knowledge. You only need the willingness to go within and change the way you feel. The world is a mirror, and it is waiting for you to show it a new face. When you do, the mirror will have no choice but to reflect the glory of the person you have become. The journey of the conscious creator is one of constant expansion and discovery as you learn to push the boundaries of what you thought was possible. Each success builds your faith in your own creative power, allowing you to aim higher and create even more magnificent realities. You are a cosmic artist, and the quantum field is your canvas, waiting for the next stroke of your imagination. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is the brush, and the I Am meditation is the light that guides your hand. There are no limits to what you can create, for you are the very consciousness that brought the universe into being. The internal machinery of your mind is divided by a sophisticated barrier that acts as the ultimate arbiter of what is allowed to manifest in your physical world. This barrier is the conscious mind, a logical sentinel that continuously compares every new thought against the library of your past experiences. Its primary function is to maintain your current identity by rejecting any information that contradicts the evidence of your five senses. When you attempt to assume a new reality, this sentinel stands at the gate, dismissing your desires as impossible fantasies because they do not yet exist in the three-dimensional world. To master the art of reality creation, you must understand how to navigate this gatekeeper and deliver your intentions directly to the engine room of the subconscious. The conscious mind operates on a frequency of analysis and judgment, which is why willpower alone is rarely enough to change the trajectory of your life. When you tell yourself that you are wealthy while looking at an empty bank account, the logical mind instantly identifies the discrepancy and labels the statement as a lie. This rejection creates a psychological tension that reinforces the state of lack, effectively locking you into the very reality you are trying to escape. The secret is not to fight the gatekeeper, but to learn the mechanics of bypassing it through the cultivation of states that quiet the analytical faculties. You are looking for a way to slip past the firewall of logic so that the seed of your desire can take root in the fertile soil of the deep mind. This deep mind, or the subconscious, is the non-local processor that interfaces directly with the quantum field and the infinite probabilities it contains. Unlike the conscious mind, the subconscious is entirely impersonal and lacks the ability to differentiate between a physical event and a vividly imagined one. It accepts whatever is impressed upon it with enough frequency and emotional weight, treating the impression as a command to rearrange the external world. The subconscious is the bridge between your internal awareness and the mathematical structure of the universe, acting as the medium through which energy becomes matter. Once a new idea is accepted by this engine room, the entire machinery of existence begins to align itself with the new blueprint. The interaction between these two levels of mind is governed by the principles of neuroplasticity, which is the physical process of rewiring your brain to support a new version of the truth. Your brain is a dynamic network of billions of neurons that are constantly forming new connections based on the direction of your attention. When you repeatedly occupy the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are forcing your brain to fire in new patterns, creating a physical record of a reality that has not yet appeared externally. Over time, these new pathways become stronger than the old ones, eventually reaching a critical mass where the brain begins to accept the imaginal state as the dominant reality. This is the biological foundation of the leap of faith, where the internal evidence becomes more real than the external shadows. Neuroplasticity is not just a psychological concept, but a mechanical reality that proves your brain is designed to be rewritten by your consciousness. Every time you refuse to react to a negative circumstance and instead return to your chosen internal state, you are weakening the neural networks of your old identity. You are essentially starving the old self of the energy it needs to survive while feeding the new self with the light of your focused awareness. This process requires a level of persistence that most people find uncomfortable, as it involves living in a state of cognitive dissonance where your internal world and external world are in direct conflict. However, it is precisely this dissonance that triggers the brain to reorganize itself to resolve the tension in favor of your new assumption. The impression phase is the specific window of time when the subconscious reaches its threshold and accepts a new idea as an established fact. This is the moment when the imaginal act moves from being something you are doing to something you are being. You can recognize this phase by a sudden shift in your internal atmosphere, characterized by a sense of relief and a total absence of the need to keep trying. The desire is no longer a goal to be reached, but a present reality that you carry within you with quiet confidence. Once this threshold is crossed, the subconscious takes over the heavy lifting, and the external world begins to move in ways that you could never have planned or forced through manual effort. To reach this threshold, you must first identify the default settings that are currently running your life in the background. These are the limiting beliefs and habitual assumptions that you have accepted as absolute truths, often without even realizing it. Your default settings are the invisible instructions that the subconscious uses to filter the quantum field and present you with a consistent experience of reality. If you have a default setting that says you are always just getting by, the subconscious will meticulously filter out any opportunity that would lead to true abundance. You are living within a set of parameters that you have unconsciously defined, and the first step to freedom is to bring these parameters into the light of conscious awareness. Identifying these default settings requires a radical audit of your current life and your habitual reactions to the world around you. Your bank account, your relationships, and your physical health are all messengers telling you exactly what you believe about yourself in the deep recesses of your mind. If you see a pattern of rejection in your life, it is because your subconscious is broadcasting the signal of someone who expects to be rejected. The world is a perfect mirror that never lies, and by looking at the reflection, you can deduce the nature of the image you are projecting. This audit is not an exercise in self-blame, but a necessary mechanical assessment of the data that is currently being fed into the engine room. Most of our default settings were installed during the first 7 years of life, a period when the brain is in a highly suggestible state and the gatekeeper of the conscious mind has not yet fully formed. During these years, you were a literal sponge, absorbing the beliefs, fears, and limitations of the people around you and accepting them as the laws of the universe. These early impressions became the bedrock of your self-concept, forming a psychological cage that most people never think to challenge. To become a conscious creator, you must go back and examine these foundation stones, deciding which ones are worthy of being part of your new structure and which ones must be demolished. This is the work of rewriting your history from the inside out, replacing the stories of your past with the truths of your future. The subconscious mind does not understand the concept of time. It only exists in the eternal present, which is why it is so responsive to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you provide it with a sensory vivid impression of your success, it does not see it as something that might happen in the future, but as something that is happening right now. This creates a state of quantum entanglement between your current awareness and the probability you have selected, drawing the two together with irresistible force. The more you can dwell in this present moment feeling, the more quickly the subconscious can bridge the gap between the unseen and the seen. You are using the biology of your brain to anchor yourself in the physics of the field, creating a feedback loop of creation that is entirely within your control. The gatekeeper of the conscious mind is particularly active when you are in a state of high stress or urgency, as these emotions signal to the brain that there is a threat to your survival. In this state, the brain locks into its most primitive patterns, making it almost impossible to impress new, expansive ideas upon the subconscious. This is why the state of relaxation is so critical to the manifestation process, as it signals to the gatekeeper that it is safe to lower its guard. When the body is calm and the mind is quiet, the analytical faculties recede, allowing you to speak directly to the engine room without interference. You are looking for the sweet spot between waking and sleeping, where the mind is still alert, but the logical defenses are at their weakest. The impression phase is often accompanied by a phenomenon known as the bridge of incidents, where a series of seemingly natural events begins to unfold to bring your desire to pass. These events may appear to be ordinary coincidences or the result of your own actions, but they are actually the mechanical result of the subconscious rearranging the world to match your new blueprint. You do not need to know how the bridge will be built or what the steps will be. Your only job is to stay faithful to the end result. If you try to interfere with the bridge or force things to happen, you are signaling a lack of faith that can disrupt the impression and reset the process. The subconscious is a master architect that knows the most efficient path to your goal, often using means that your conscious mind could never have imagined. The default settings of your mind act as a psychological thermostat, always working to bring you back to the level of success or happiness that you feel is natural for you. If you suddenly experience a windfall of money, but your internal thermostat is set to poverty, you will unconsciously find ways to lose or spend that money until you are back at your comfort zone. This is why many people who win the lottery end up back where they started or even worse off within a few years. To make a lasting change, you must not only change your circumstances, but also reset the internal thermostat to a new level of naturalness. This requires a consistent application of the feeling of the wish fulfilled until the new level becomes your new baseline of existence. The process of resetting your default settings involves a technique called cognitive reframing, where you consciously choose to see every event in your life through the lens of your new identity. When a challenge arises, instead of reacting from your old state of victimhood, you ask yourself how the version of you who has already succeeded would view this situation. You are essentially practicing the thoughts and reactions of your future self, which strengthens the new neural pathways and further impresses the subconscious. This constant vigilance ensures that you are not accidentally reverting to your old frequency during the day, keeping your signal clear and focused. You are the watchman at the gate of your own mind, deciding which thoughts are allowed to enter and which must be turned away. The subconscious is also the seat of your habits, which are the automated behaviors that make up the vast majority of your daily life. Most of our habits are designed to support our old self-concept, keeping us locked in a cycle of repetitive actions that produce the same results. By changing the impressions in the subconscious, you begin to naturally develop new habits that are in alignment with your desired reality. You will find yourself wanting to take different actions, meeting different people, and making different choices without having to use willpower to force yourself. The change begins at the core and radiates outward, transforming your behavior as a natural byproduct of your internal shift. The quantum psychology of the engine room reveals that your mind is not just a tool for thinking, but a tool for measuring and collapsing the field of potential. Every time you consciously select a new feeling and hold it in the face of contradictory evidence, you are performing a quantum measurement that changes the probability of your world. You are moving from being a passive observer of a predetermined life to being an active participant in a fluid and responsive universe. This realization is the ultimate empowerment, as it places the keys to your destiny firmly in your own hands. You are no longer waiting for permission to be happy or successful. You are claiming those states as your birthright through the mastery of your own consciousness. The gatekeeper of the conscious mind is not your enemy, but a necessary part of your psychological structure that can be trained to work for you rather than against you. As you begin to see the results of your internal work, the conscious mind will start to accept the new reality as a possibility, and eventually as a fact. This creates a powerful alignment between the two levels of mind, where your logic and your intuition are both pointing in the same direction. When the gatekeeper and the engine room are in harmony, your creative power is amplified 1,000-fold, and manifestations appear with a speed and ease that can seem miraculous. You have moved from a state of internal conflict to a state of unified purpose, where every part of your being is dedicated to the expression of your highest vision. The neuroplasticity of the brain ensures that this mastery is not a temporary state, but a permanent evolution of your being. As you continue to practice these principles, you are literally building a new brain that is hardwired for success, abundance, and joy. You are becoming a different person at a biological level, one who is no longer susceptible to the fears and limitations of the old self. This transformation is the true goal of the journey, as the manifestations themselves are merely the external evidence of the profound change that has occurred within. You are the architect of your own evolution, using the tools of quantum psychology to sculpt a life that is a masterpiece of your own design. The impression phase is the point where the seed of your desire becomes a living part of your subconscious, and from that point on, its manifestation is as certain as the growth of a plant from a healthy seed. You can rest in the knowledge that the law is working for you, even when you cannot see the progress with your physical eyes. The delay between the impression and the manifestation is simply the time it takes for the 3D world to rearrange its dense matter to match the new frequency. During this time, your only task is to remain in the state of naturalness, refusing to let the shadows of the old world pull you back into doubt. You have moved into the engine room, and the machinery of creation is already in motion. Your default settings are not a life sentence, but a starting point for a radical reinvention of your existence. By bringing these hidden beliefs into the light and replacing them with the truth of your infinite potential, you are reclaiming the power that has always been yours. The subconscious is ready and willing to follow your new commands, provided you deliver them with the clarity and conviction that the language of feeling requires. You are the master of the engine room, and the quantum field is your workshop. Every thought you think and every feeling you entertain is a stroke of the brush on the canvas of your life, and the masterpiece is yours to create. The conscious mind will always try to pull you back to the familiar, even if the familiar is a place of suffering, because the familiar feels safe to the ego. You must develop the mental discipline to look past the safety of the known and embrace the vast possibilities of the unknown. This requires a willingness to be uncomfortable, to stand in the void of the I am, and to trust the creative power of your own imagination. The rewards for this courage are beyond anything the limited mind can conceive, as you open the door to a life of true freedom and conscious creation. You are the one who decides where the journey goes, and the engine room is waiting for your next instruction. As you become more adept at identifying and resetting your default settings, you will find that your reality becomes increasingly fluid and responsive. The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable will begin to dissolve, and the path to your desires will reveal itself with clarity and grace. You are learning to navigate the world from the inside out, using your internal state as the primary cause of every external effect. This is the true meaning of mastery, where you are no longer a victim of chance, but the deliberate author of your own story. The field is mirroring your greatness, and the engine room is humming with the power of your new assumptions. The relationship between the conscious and subconscious mind is a delicate dance that requires both precision and patience. You are training a powerful and impersonal force to follow your lead, and this training takes time and consistency. But as you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled and the practice of neuroplasticity, you will find that the dance becomes more natural and more joyful. You are moving in harmony with the laws of the universe, and the results will reflect that alignment in every area of your life. The gatekeeper has been navigated, The engine room is engaged, and the journey toward your highest reality is well underway. The neurobiology of belief proves that your internal world is the only true source of your external experience, and that by changing your mind, you are literally changing your world. This is not a metaphor or a poetic idea, but a scientific fact that is being confirmed by the latest research in quantum psychology and neuroscience. You have the power to rewire your brain, to impress your subconscious, and to collapse the wave functions of your choice. You are a conscious architect, and the tools of creation are in your hands. The engine room is ready, the field is responsive, and the only thing left is for you to decide what you will create next. The threshold of the subconscious is the place where your dreams become your reality, and your journey through the engine room has prepared you to cross that threshold with confidence. You understand the mechanics of the gatekeeper, the power of neuroplasticity, and the importance of resetting your default settings. You are no longer a spectator in your own life, but the director of the play and the master of the stage. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is your compass, and the I am meditation is your anchor. You are ready to step into the fullness of your creative power, and to live the life you were always meant to lead. The impression phase is the final seal on your creative work, the moment when the unseen becomes the inevitable. You have done the internal work, you have navigated the barriers of the conscious mind, and you have planted your desire in the fertile soil of the subconscious. Now, you can stand back and watch as the world rearranges itself to match your vision, knowing that the law is certain and the results are sure. You are the master of your own reality, and the engine room of your mind is the source of all your power. The journey continues, and with every step, you are becoming a more perfect expression of the divine creator that dwells within you. The default settings that once held you back are now being replaced by a new blueprint of success, abundance, and joy. You are no longer defined by your past or your circumstances, but by the vision of the future that you carry in your heart. The subconscious is broadcasting your new signal to the quantum field, and the field is responding with perfect precision. You are living in a state of unified purpose, where your thoughts, feelings, and actions are all in alignment with your highest self. The mastery of reality creation is yours, and the engine room is working in perfect harmony with your will. The gatekeeper of the conscious mind is now your ally, helping you to stay focused on your goals and to filter out any distractions that do not serve your vision. You have trained your analytical mind to support your imaginal acts, creating a powerful synergy that accelerates the manifestation process. Your neuroplasticity is working in your favor, building a brain that is hardwired for the life you desire. Every day, you are becoming more of the person you want to be, and your world is reflecting that transformation in every detail. You have mastered the engine room, and the results are appearing all around you. The journey through the subconscious and quantum psychology is a path of self-discovery and empowerment that leads to the ultimate freedom. You have learned how to use the mechanics of your mind to create the life of your dreams, and you have seen the power of your own consciousness in action. The engine room is your sanctuary, the place where you go to design your reality and to commune with the infinite potential of the universe. You are the conscious architect, the master creator, and the divine observer of your own life. The world is yours to shape, and the journey has only just begun. The most potent biological window for reality transformation exists in the fragile, shimmering borderland between waking consciousness and the depths of sleep. This state, which Neville Goddard identified as the state akin to sleep, is not merely a period of drowsiness, but a precise neurological event where the brain transitions through specific electromagnetic frequencies. As you drift toward slumber, your brainwaves slow from the frantic activity of beta into the rhythmic calm of alpha, and finally into the deep, suggestible waters of theta. In these lower frequencies, the analytical gatekeeper of the conscious mind loses its grip on the steering wheel, allowing the internal projector to broadcast directly into the fabric of the subconscious. This is the master technique, because it bypasses the friction of logic and the resistance of the five senses, creating a direct line to the quantum engine room. To understand why this window is so critical, you must recognize that the conscious mind is designed to protect your current identity by filtering out any information that contradicts your present circumstances. During your waking hours, the brain is flooded with sensory data that confirms your limitations, making it difficult to maintain a new assumption without constant mental effort. However, as you enter the state akin to sleep, the external world begins to fade, and the boundary between the observer and the observed becomes porous. In this hypnagogic state, the subconscious mind is wide open and highly impressionable, accepting whatever images and feelings you provide as literal commands for the next collapse of the wave function. You are no longer fighting the current of your old beliefs, but are instead planting seeds in a soil that has been perfectly prepared for growth. The transition into alpha and theta states represents a return to the same frequency that governed your mind during the first 7 years of your life, when your reality was being formed without your conscious intervention. By deliberately entering this state, you are reclaiming the power to reprogram your existence at the most fundamental level. This is not a passive drifting into unconsciousness, but a focused, intentional use of the brain's natural rhythms to anchor a new quantum signature. The goal is to remain just alert enough to direct your imagination while being relaxed enough to allow the body to fall away. When you master this balance, you gain access to the control room of your destiny, where the laws of physics and the power of assumption meet in a silent explosion of potential. Constructing the master imaginal act requires a level of precision that most people overlook in their haste to see results. The most effective technique involves creating a short, sensory-vivid scene that lasts no longer than 5 seconds and encapsulates the feeling of the wish fulfilled. This scene must not be a long, rambling movie of how your desire will come to pass, but a singular, distilled moment that could only happen if your goal were already a finished fact. If you desire a new home, the scene should not be the process of moving boxes or signing papers, but perhaps the simple act of placing your hand on the cool metal of the front door handle. By focusing on a scene that implies the end, you bypass the need to figure out the how and the when, allowing the quantum field to find the most efficient path to the result. The brevity of the scene is its greatest strength because it prevents the conscious mind from wandering or introducing doubt into the process. A 5-second loop is easy for the brain to maintain even as it descends into the deeper states of theta, where complex thoughts tend to dissolve into chaos. You are looking for a snapshot of reality that carries the maximum amount of sensory weight with the minimum amount of mental effort. This scene acts as a psychological anchor, holding your awareness in the frequency of the new reality even as the physical body begins to shut down for the night. The simplicity of the act ensures that the impression made upon the subconscious is sharp, clear, and unmistakable. To make the scene effective, you must incorporate at least 1 or 2 specific sensory details that give it the tones of reality. If your scene involves receiving a promotion, you might focus on the specific resonance of a mentor's voice as they say the words, "I am so proud of you," or the physical sensation of a firm, warm handshake. These sensory hooks are what convince the subconscious that the event is happening in the present moment rather than being a distant fantasy. The brain cannot distinguish between a physical touch and a vividly imagined one when it is in the theta state, so you are essentially providing it with the biological proof it needs to accept the new state. You are not just thinking about a goal, you are experiencing the physical evidence of its completion. The loop technique is the mechanical process of repeating your short scene over and over until it takes on a life of its own. As you lie in the state akin to sleep, you begin the imaginal act, and once it reaches its conclusion, you immediately start it again from the beginning. This repetition serves to saturate the subconscious with the new frequency, eventually reaching a point where the scene no longer feels like something you are imagining, but something you are remembering. The transition from imagination to memory is the hallmark of a successful impression, signaling that the state has been accepted by the deep mind. You continue this loop until the feeling of the wish fulfilled becomes so natural and so heavy that you eventually fall asleep while still occupied by the scene. Falling asleep in the state of the wish fulfilled is the most critical part of the master technique, because the last thought of the day becomes the primary instruction for the night. While your conscious mind is dormant, the subconscious continues to process the information it received during that final window of suggestibility, working to align your internal world with the quantum field. By drifting off in the loop of your success, you are ensuring that your mind spends the next several hours vibrating at the frequency of your desire. This prolonged exposure to the new state accelerates the process of manifestation, allowing the subconscious to build the bridge of incidents while you rest. You are essentially putting your reality creation on autopilot, leveraging the power of sleep to do the work that your conscious mind could never achieve. One of the most common mistakes people make when practicing the state akin to sleep is using too much effort or willpower. The law of reversed effort states that the harder you try to force a mental state, the more resistance you create, as the act of trying implies that you do not yet have what you want. If you find yourself tensing your muscles or straining your mind to hold the scene, you are actually moving away from the theta state and back into the analytical beta frequency. The master technique requires a spirit of playfulness and ease, where you gently invite the scene into your awareness rather than demanding its presence. You must allow the imaginal act to happen to you, much like a daydream that flows effortlessly through your mind without any conscious direction. Another frequent error is viewing the scene from a third-person perspective, where you see yourself in the imaginal act as if you were watching a movie. This creates a psychological distance that tells the subconscious that the experience belongs to someone else or is happening in a different time and place. To collapse the wave function for your own experience, you must occupy the scene in the first person, looking through your own eyes and feeling with your own hands. You are not a spectator of your success. You are the participant who is currently living the reality you have chosen. This shift in perspective is the difference between a hollow fantasy and a potent quantum measurement that forces the field to respond to your presence. Many practitioners also fail because they create scenes that are too long or too complex, which allows the mind to drift into unrelated thoughts or anxieties. If your imaginal act involves a series of events, your focus will inevitably fragment, and the impression on the subconscious will be blurred and ineffective. A long scene invites the conscious mind to start questioning the logic of how one event leads to the next, triggering the very gatekeeper you are trying to bypass. By keeping the scene to a 5-second loop, you maintain a laser-like focus that the analytical mind cannot interfere with. The goal is intensity and clarity, not duration or complexity, as the subconscious responds best to a single, powerful command that is repeated until it becomes a fact. The feeling of naturalness is the ultimate metric for success in the state akin to sleep, and many people stop too soon because they are waiting for an emotional high. While a sense of joy or excitement can be part of the process, the most powerful state is one of quiet, settled conviction where the desire feels as natural as the air you breathe. If the scene feels shocking or impossible, you have not yet reached the frequency of the version of you who lives that reality. You must continue the practice night after night until the imaginal act feels like a mundane memory of a day well spent. When the thought of your desire no longer produces a spike of adrenaline, but instead a sense of calm relief, you know that the impression is complete and the manifestation is inevitable. The physical environment in which you practice the state akin to sleep also plays a role in the effectiveness of the technique. You should ensure that your body is in a position where you can remain still and comfortable for an extended period, as physical restlessness can pull your attention back into the three-dimensional world. Many find that lying on their back or in a slightly different position than their usual sleeping posture helps them stay conscious just long enough to perform the imaginal loop. The objective is to create a cocoon of sensory deprivation where the only thing that exists is your internal vision and the feeling of the wish fulfilled. By minimizing external distractions, you allow the internal projector to shine with its full intensity upon the screen of the subconscious. Consistency is the final pillar of the master technique, as the subconscious often requires repeated impressions to overcome a lifetime of contradictory programming. While some manifestations can occur after a single successful session, most major shifts in reality require a persistent application of the law of assumption over several days or weeks. You must return to your scene every night with the same level of focus and intent, regardless of what the external world is showing you during the day. This persistence is not an act of desperation, but a demonstration of your unwavering faith in the creative power of your own imagination. You are making a claim on the quantum field, and you must stay in the state of that claim until the field has no choice but to reflect it back to you. The state akin to sleep is also an ideal time to practice the art of revision, where you rewrite the events of your day to align with your desired identity. If something happened during the day that contradicted your new assumption, you can use the theta window to reimagine the event exactly as you wish it had occurred. By changing your memory of the past, you are changing the quantum data that the subconscious uses to project your future, effectively pruning the branches of unwanted probabilities. This practice ensures that you are not carrying the baggage of the old world into your sleep, keeping your vibrational signal clean and focused on your highest vision. Revision is the process of taking the pruning shears to your consciousness, ensuring that only the most beautiful and successful versions of yourself are allowed to grow. As you become more proficient in entering and maintaining the state akin to sleep, you will notice that the boundary between your dreams and your waking life begins to dissolve. You may find that your dreams start to reflect the scenes you have been imagining, or that you wake up with a profound sense of knowing that your desire is already a fact. These are signs that the subconscious has fully accepted the new blueprint and is in the process of hardening it into physical form. The dream state becomes a laboratory where you can further explore the feeling of your wish fulfilled, reinforcing the internal work you do during the hypnagogic window. You are no longer a victim of random dreams, but a conscious architect who uses every hour of the day and night to build a masterpiece. The master technique is a bridge that connects the finite world of the senses with the infinite world of the quantum field, and it is available to you every single night. It requires no special equipment, no external validation, and no permission from anyone else. It only requires your willingness to direct your attention with purpose and feeling. By mastering the science of alpha and theta states, you're taking control of the most powerful tool for reality creation in existence. You are learning to speak the language of the universe, a language that is written in the textures, sounds, and feelings of your own imagination. The world is waiting for your next command, and the silence of the night is the perfect place to give it. The short scene you construct is more than just a mental image. It is a localized point of consciousness that acts as a beacon for the quantum field. When you loop this scene with sensory vividness, you are creating a gravitational pull that draws the corresponding events and people toward you in the physical world. This is the mechanical core of the law of attraction, stripped of its mystical trappings and revealed as a process of vibrational alignment. You are not asking for something to happen. You are declaring that it is already happening by occupying the frequency of its completion. The more precisely you can tune your internal transceiver to this frequency, the more rapidly the external world will rearrange itself to match your broadcast. The common mistake of trying too hard often stems from a deep-seated belief that creation is a matter of struggle and effort. You must dismantle this belief and replace it with the understanding that reality creation is a natural and effortless process that occurs when you are in a state of rest. The state akin to sleep is the perfect environment for this realization, as it forces you to let go of your physical strength and rely entirely on your mental focus. You are learning to move mountains not with your hands, but with the quiet power of your assumption. This shift from manual labor to mental architecture is the ultimate evolution of the human spirit, marking the transition from a creature of the earth to a creator of worlds. When you successfully inhabit the state of the wish fulfilled as you fall asleep, you are performing a quantum leap that bypasses the linear constraints of time and space. You are moving your awareness from a timeline of lack to a timeline of abundance, and the subconscious mind will immediately begin to reconcile the two. This reconciliation is what creates the bridge of incidents, the series of events that lead you naturally toward the physical manifestation of your goal. You may find yourself taking actions that seem unrelated at the time, or meeting people who provide the exact information you need, all because your subconscious is guiding you along the path it has already seen in your imaginal acts. You are walking a path that has already been paved by your own consciousness. The tones of reality that you infuse into your scene are the currency of the subconscious, and the more wealth you can provide in the form of sensory detail, the more quickly your desire will be realized. You must become a connoisseur of your own internal experience, paying close attention to the subtle nuances of touch, sound, and feeling that make a moment feel real. This level of detail is what separates a vague hope from a concrete command, providing the field with the exact coordinates it needs to deliver your result. You are not just wishing for a better life. You are providing the blueprints for a specific and tangible reality that the laws of physics are obligated to build. Your imagination is the workshop, and the state akin to sleep is the time when the most important work is done. The loop technique is a form of self-hypnosis that allows you to bypass the critical faculty of the mind and plant suggestions directly into the deeper layers of your being. As the scene repeats, the conscious mind eventually grows tired of trying to analyze it and simply gives up, allowing the image to sink into the subconscious without further interference. This is why the state of drowsiness is so essential, as it provides the perfect conditions for this bypass to occur. You are essentially lullabying your analytical mind to sleep so that your creative mind can go to work. The repetition acts as a rhythmic pulse that synchronizes your entire being with the frequency of your desire, creating a powerful resonance that the quantum field cannot ignore. The mistake of using the wrong perspective is often a reflection of a self-concept that sees the self as separate from the desired goal. If you see yourself in the scene, you are maintaining the identity of someone who is looking at their goal from the outside, rather than someone who is living it. By switching to the first-person perspective, you are making a radical statement of identity, asserting that you and the desired state are one and the same. This unity is the key to all successful manifestation, as the field only responds to what you are, not what you want. You must become the person who already has the result, and the first-person imaginal act is the most direct way to achieve this internal shift. The state akin to sleep is not just a technique, but a way of life that recognizes the sacredness of the transition between waking and sleeping. Most people waste this precious window by worrying about their problems or replaying the failures of their day, unknowingly programming their subconscious for more of the same. By choosing to take control of this period, you are making a conscious decision to stop being a victim of your own habits and start being the architect of your own joy. You are treating your mind with the respect it deserves, knowing that every thought you entertain during this time is a brick in the wall of your future. The discipline of the master technique is the ultimate act of self-love, as it ensures that your life is a reflection of your highest potential. The science of alpha and theta states reveals that you are much more than a biological machine. You are a localized point of the universal mind with the power to influence the very structure of reality. When you enter these states with intention, you are tapping into a reservoir of creative energy that is far beyond the reach of the conscious mind. You are accessing the same power that creates stars and galaxies, and you are directing it toward the fulfillment of your own personal vision. This is the true meaning of being made in the image of the Creator, as you possess the same ability to bring order out of chaos and light out of darkness through the power of your word. The state akin to sleep is the sanctuary where this divine work takes place, far away from the noise and distraction of the world. The short scene acts as a seed that contains the entire DNA of your desired reality, and the loop technique is the process of watering that seed with the energy of your attention. Just as a seed does not need to know how to become a tree, your imaginal act does not need to know how to become a physical reality. It only needs to be planted in the right environment and given the right nutrients. The subconscious mind and the quantum field provide the environment and the power, while your focused feeling provides the life force. When you fall asleep in the state of the wish fulfilled, you are leaving the seed in the hands of the ultimate gardener, knowing that it will grow in its own time and in its own way. You can rest in peace, knowing that the work is already done. Common mistakes like trying too hard or using complex scenes are simply the results of the ego trying to maintain control over a process it does not understand. The ego believes in effort, struggle, and linear time, while the master technique operates in the realm of ease, surrender, and the eternal present. To succeed, you must be willing to set aside the ego's demands and trust in the deeper intelligence that governed your birth and continues to beat your heart. You are learning to collaborate with the universe rather than fighting against it, and the state akin to sleep is the perfect place to practice this collaboration. By letting go of the need to control the how, you open the door for the impossible to become your daily experience. The tones of reality are the final touch that makes your imaginal act indistinguishable from a physical event, and they are the secret to rapid manifestation. These tones are not just sensory details, but the subtle emotional frequencies of relief, satisfaction, and gratitude that accompany the fulfillment of a desire. When you can feel the relief of having your problem solved or the gratitude of having your dream realized, you are providing the subconscious with the ultimate proof of success. These emotions are the signature of a finished fact, and they act as a powerful catalyst for the collapse of the wave function. You are not just imagining a scene, you are inhabiting a state of being that the universe is compelled to mirror. The master technique of the state akin to sleep is a profound invitation to reclaim your power as a conscious creator and to live a life of intentionality and grace. It is a reminder that the world you see around you is not a fixed reality, but a fluid and responsive field of potential that is waiting for your direction. By mastering the art of the short scene, the loop technique, and the science of brainwaves, you're taking the first steps toward a level of freedom that most people cannot even imagine. You are no longer a passenger in the vehicle of your life. You are the driver, the navigator, and the one who decides the destination. The night is your canvas, and your imagination is the brush that will paint the reality of your dreams. As you drift into the depths of sleep tonight, remember that you are entering the most creative space in the universe, and that your mind is the most powerful tool ever conceived. Use this time with reverence and purpose, knowing that the impressions you make will become the fabric of your tomorrow. Do not be discouraged by initial challenges or the evidence of your senses, but remain faithful to the internal vision you have created. You are a master of reality, a conscious architect of the quantum field, and the life you desire is already yours. The state akin to sleep is your gateway to the infinite, and the journey is just beginning. The foundation of every manifestation is not the technique you perform, but the identity from which you perform it. You can spend hours in the deepest states of relaxation, yet if you rise from your bed as the same limited person who entered it, the quantum field will continue to mirror your old restrictions. Your self-concept is the permanent blueprint that the subconscious uses to filter the infinite possibilities of the field into a singular physical experience. It is the silent, underlying assumption of who you are and what you deserve that dictates the boundaries of your world. Until you change this core identity, every technique is merely a temporary patch on a fundamentally flawed structure. The words "I am" are the most powerful creative command in the universe because they represent the intersection of your individual awareness and the infinite field. When you say "I am," you are not just describing yourself. You are announcing a state of being to the entirety of existence. The field does not respond to your desires, your pleas, or your hard work, because all of those stem from a state of wanting what you do not have. It only responds to the conviction of what you currently are, reflecting your internal self-definitions back to you with mathematical precision. To manifest wealth, you must first be the person for whom wealth is a natural and inevitable condition of life. Most people are trapped in a cycle of trying to change the reflection in the mirror without changing the face that is being reflected. They believe that if they can just get the job, the money, or the relationship, then they will finally feel successful, worthy, or loved. This is a fundamental reversal of the creative process, as the feeling of success, worthiness, and love must exist within you before the world can provide the evidence. The mirror of reality has no power to initiate change. It can only show you the result of the internal shifts you have already made. If the world treats you with indifference, it is because you have first treated yourself with indifference within the sanctuary of your own mind. The mirror principle is a mechanical law of quantum psychology that explains how your internal self-valuation is projected onto the people and circumstances around you. Everyone you meet is a messenger, a localized point of the field that is playing a role assigned to them by your own self-concept. If you believe you are unworthy of respect, you will unconsciously project a frequency that invites others to disrespect you. They are not doing this because they are inherently unkind, but because they are caught in the gravitational pull of your own assumptions. When you change the way you perceive yourself, you change the script that everyone else is required to follow. Shifting your identity from wanting to being is the most difficult and yet the most rewarding transition you will ever undergo. Wanting is a confession of lack, a signal to the universe that your desire is separate from you and currently out of reach. Being is a state of fulfillment, a declaration that the reality you seek is already a present fact of your consciousness. To make this shift, You must be willing to ignore the evidence of your senses and the logic of your past, choosing instead to anchor yourself in the truth of your new assumption. You are not trying to become something new. You are claiming the version of yourself that already exists in the quantum field. The autobiography of the new you is a practical exercise designed to solidify this identity shift by grounding it in the language of history. Instead of writing about what you hope will happen, you write the story of your life as if the success you desire has already occurred years ago. You describe your current achievements, your relationships, and your lifestyle with the casual tone of someone who has long been accustomed to these blessings. This technique forces your brain to reorganize its memories around a new center of gravity, effectively tricking the subconscious into accepting the new identity as a proven fact. You are not scripting a future. You are documenting a past that the quantum field is now obligated to manifest. Your self-concept acts as a psychological ceiling that determines how much abundance, health, and love you are capable of receiving. If you have a self-concept of a person who always struggles, any sudden success will feel like a foreign object that your system will eventually reject. You must expand the boundaries of your identity to include the things you desire, making them so familiar to your internal landscape that they feel mundane. This expansion is not a matter of ego or vanity, but a mechanical adjustment of your quantum transceiver. You are giving yourself permission to occupy a higher frequency, knowing that the field will always match the level of your own self-acceptance. The I am identity is the unconditioned awareness that exists before you attach any labels, roles, or limitations to yourself. When you strip away your name, your history, and your current circumstances, you are left with the pure potentiality of the field itself. This is the state of the conscious architect, where you realize that you are the one who gives meaning and form to the world through your assumptions. By returning to this unconditioned I am, you can consciously choose which qualities you want to embody, rather than being a victim of the labels that others have placed upon you. You are the only authority in your universe, and your self-definition is the law that governs all things. The mirror of reality is always reflecting your current state of being, but there is often a delay between the internal shift and the external change. This delay is the testing ground where most people lose their focus and return to their old self-concept because they do not see immediate results. You must understand that the 3D world is a dense medium that takes time to rearrange itself around your new frequency. Your task is to remain faithful to your new identity, even when the mirror is still showing you the old reflection. This persistence is the evidence of your mastery, proving that your internal world is more real to you than the shadows of the physical environment. When you treat yourself with the dignity, love, and respect that you desire from the world, you are setting the frequency for your entire reality. The quantum field does not judge whether you deserve these things. It only responds to the fact that you have already claimed them. If you wait for others to value you before you value yourself, you are trapped in a loop of dependency that the field will only reflect back to you. Self-valuation is the primary cause, and the treatment you receive from others is the secondary effect. By taking radical responsibility for your own self-concept, you reclaim the power to dictate how the world interacts with you. The shift from I want to be wealthy to I am wealthy is a fundamental change in the way you interact with the quantum field. The former keeps wealth in a state of potentiality that is always just out of reach, while the latter collapses that potentiality into a present moment reality. This shift requires you to adopt the mental and emotional habits of a wealthy person long before the money appears in your bank account. You must think from the perspective of abundance, make decisions from a place of security, and carry yourself with the quiet confidence of someone who is already provided for. You are not faking a reality. You are selecting a different branch of the quantum tree and making it your home. Writing the autobiography of the new you is a way to bridge the gap between your current experience and your desired identity. As you write, focus on the feeling of relief and the sense of naturalness that comes with having already achieved your goals. Describe the challenges you overcame as if they are distant memories that no longer have any power over you. This process of rewriting your history changes the neurological pathways of your brain, making the new identity feel more real than the old one. You are creating a new narrative for your life, and the subconscious mind will work tirelessly to bring the external world into alignment with this story. The I am is the core of your existence, the silent observer that remains unchanged regardless of what is happening in the world. When you identify with the I am, rather than with your temporary circumstances, you become immune to the ups and downs of life. You realize that you are the screen on which the movie of your life is projected, and that you have the power to change the film at any time. This detachment from the drama of the 3D world allows you to maintain your focus on your desired identity with unwavering clarity. You are no longer a character in the play. You are the playwright who is consciously crafting every scene. The mirror principle also applies to your internal dialogue, as the way you talk to yourself is a direct reflection of your self-concept. If your inner conversation is filled with criticism, doubt, and fear, you are reinforcing a self-concept of limitation and lack. You must become the guardian of your thoughts, ensuring that every internal word is in alignment with the person you wish to be. This is not about positive thinking, but about maintaining the frequency of your chosen identity throughout the day. Your inner monologue is the continuous broadcast that the quantum field is always monitoring and reflecting. Shifting your identity is an act of courage, as it requires you to let go of the familiarity of your old self and step into the unknown. The ego will often resist this change, as it perceives the death of the old identity as a threat to its own survival. You may experience periods of discomfort, doubt, or even grief as you shed the layers of your old life. These feelings are merely signs that the old neural networks are being dismantled to make room for the new ones. Trust the process of transformation, knowing that the version of you who lives in abundance and joy is waiting on the other side of the shift. The autobiography of the new you should be written with as much sensory detail as possible, making the experience feel tangible and real. Describe the sound of your own voice as you share your success with others, the feeling of the fabric of your new clothes, and the scent of the environments you now frequent. These sensory hooks pull the new identity out of the realm of abstract thought and into the realm of physical experience. When your brain can see, hear, and feel the new reality, it stops questioning whether it is possible and starts accepting it as a fact. You are using the language of the subconscious to command the quantum field to manifest your vision. Your self-concept is not a fixed entity, but a fluid set of assumptions that you have the power to change at any moment. You are not defined by your past, your education, or your current bank balance unless you choose to remain identified with those things. Every moment is an opportunity to redefine yourself and to step into a new version of the I am. This radical freedom is the ultimate gift of the creative process, allowing you to reinvent your life as many times as you desire. The only limit to your transformation is the limit of your own imagination and your willingness to let go of who you used to be. The mirror of reality is a perfect teacher, showing you exactly where your self-concept is still misaligned with your desires. If you encounter an obstacle or a negative reaction from the world, do not react with anger or frustration, as this only reinforces the old state. Instead, use the experience as feedback to identify the hidden assumptions that are still operating within you. Ask yourself what kind of person would experience this situation, and then consciously choose to shift back to the identity of the person who has already succeeded. By remaining the observer of the mirror rather than a victim of the reflection, you maintain your power as a conscious architect. The I am identity is the bridge between the human and the divine, the place where you realize that your imagination is the creative power of the universe. When you say I am, you are speaking the name of the Creator, and everything that follows that name is a command to the field. If you say I am weak, the field will provide you with evidence of your weakness. If you say I am strong, the field will provide you with evidence of your strength. You must be meticulous in the way you use this power, knowing that every I am statement is a seed that will eventually bear fruit. You are the master of your own vibration, and your words are the tools of your trade. Shifting identity is not about trying to get something from the world, but about becoming the person for whom that thing is already a reality. When you truly embody the identity of success, you no longer need to seek it, as it is already a part of your being. This state of having is the most powerful position you can occupy, as it removes all resistance and allows the quantum field to deliver your manifestation with ease. You are no longer chasing the horizon, You are the horizon itself, encompassing everything you desire within your own consciousness. The search is over, and the realization of your power has begun. The autobiography of the new you serves as a historical document of your future, a way to anchor your awareness in the timeline of your choice. By reading this story daily, you are constantly reminding your subconscious of the new blueprint it is required to follow. This repetition builds the necessary neural density to make the new identity your default state of being. You are not just writing a story, you are building a new world from the inside out, using the power of words to shape the fabric of your reality. The more you immerse yourself in the narrative of your success, the more rapidly the 3D world will reflect that success back to you. The mirror principle ensures that your external world will always be a perfect match for your internal self-concept, leaving no room for luck or chance. If you want to see a different world, you must first see yourself differently, changing the internal image that you are projecting onto the screen of existence. This requires a level of honesty and self-awareness that most people avoid, as it means taking full responsibility for everything you see. But within this responsibility lies the ultimate liberation, for if you are the one who created the reflection, you are the only one who can change it. You are the master of the mirror, and the reflection is yours to command. The I am identity is the foundation of the law of assumption, the realization that you must assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled until it becomes your natural state. This assumption is not a mental trick, but a profound shift in your entire being, where you choose to live as the person you want to be. When you make this shift, the quantum field has no choice but to respond, as it is a perfect mirror that must reflect the state of the observer. You are not waiting for the world to change so that you can feel differently. You are feeling differently so that the world is forced to change. This is the mechanical core of reality creation, and the power is entirely within you. Your self-concept is the filter through which you perceive every event in your life, determining whether you see opportunities or obstacles. A person with a self-concept of abundance will see a financial setback as a temporary adjustment or a hidden opportunity, while a person with a self-concept of lack will see it as a catastrophe. By changing your self-concept, you are literally changing the world you see, as your brain begins to highlight the information that matches your new identity. You are not just changing your thoughts, you are changing the very structure of your perception. The world is as you are, and as you change, the world changes with you. The mirror principle is also the key to understanding your relationships, as the people in your life are always reflecting your own self-treatment. If you feel neglected or unappreciated, look within and see where you are neglecting or unappreciating yourself. When you begin to honor your own needs and value your own presence, you will find that the people around you begin to do the same. They are not making a conscious choice to change. They are simply responding to the new frequency you are broadcasting. You are the director of the play, and you have the power to give everyone in your life a new script. Shifting identity requires you to be willing to be the person you want to be right now, without waiting for any external validation. This means adopting the posture, the speech, and the mindset of your successful self in the present moment. You are not waiting for the money to be wealthy or for the partner to be loved. You are wealthy and loved in the sanctuary of your own mind. This internal conviction is what forces the quantum field to collapse the corresponding wave function into your physical experience. You are the cause, and the world is the effect. Never allow the effect to dictate the cause. The autobiography of the new you is a living document that can evolve as your self-concept continues to expand and grow. As you achieve your goals, you can write new chapters that reflect even higher levels of success and fulfillment. This process of continuous reinvention ensures that you never become stagnant or trapped in a limited identity. You are a being of infinite potential, and your self-concept should reflect the vastness of your true nature. Use the power of the written word to anchor each new level of your evolution, making it a permanent part of your psychological landscape. The I am identity is the ultimate realization of your own divinity, the understanding that you are the creator of your own reality. When you stand in the power of the I am, you are no longer a victim of circumstances or a prisoner of your past. You are the conscious architect of the quantum field, using the power of your assumption to shape the world according to your will. This mastery is not something you have to earn. It is something you have to claim by realizing who you truly are. The world is your mirror, The I am is your command, and the life of your dreams is your creation. The mirror of reality is always active, always reflecting, and always responding to the slightest change in your self-concept. By maintaining a high vibrational frequency and a clear sense of your own worth, you ensure that the reflection is always one of beauty and abundance. You are the guardian of your own reflection, and the quality of your life is a direct result of the attention you pay to your internal state. Never allow the shadows of the 3D world to move you from your conviction, for they are merely the delayed projections of your past assumptions. Stay focused on the I am, and the world will have no choice but to reflect your greatness. The shift from wanting to being is the final step in the mastery of reality creation, the point where you move from effort to ease. When you are the state, you no longer need to do anything to manifest it, as the manifestation is a natural byproduct of your existence. This is the secret that the masters have always known, that the world is not something to be conquered, but something to be reflected. By changing the face in the mirror, you change the world without ever having to lift a finger. You are the conscious observer, the master of the field, and the divine architect of your own destiny. The autobiography of the new you is the final anchor for your new identity, the physical evidence of your internal shift. By committing your new story to paper, you are giving it a weight and a reality that the subconscious mind cannot ignore. You are declaring to the universe that this is who you are, and that the old stories no longer have any power over you. This act of self-definition is the most powerful thing you can do to change your life, as it sets the coordinates for your entire future. You are the author of your own life, and the pen is in your hand. The true architecture of your reality is not found in the grand gestures of your morning rituals or the isolated moments of silence you carve out for meditation, but in the relentless, unceasing stream of your inner monologue. While you may spend 15 minutes assuming the feeling of abundance, the remaining 16 hours of your waking life are often spent in a state of habitual reaction, effectively undoing the quantum work you performed in the silence. This continuous broadcast of self-talk is the actual creative engine of your existence, acting as a persistent command to the quantum field that never takes a break and never misses a detail. Every casual observation, every internal complaint about the weather, and every minor frustration with a coworker is a measurement that collapses the wave function of your potential into a very specific and often unwanted reality. You are manifesting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of whether you are conscious of the signal you are sending or the story you are telling yourself. The quantum psychology of speech reveals that your internal dialogue is far more than a way to process information. It is the primary tool of entanglement between your consciousness and the world of form. When you engage in internal arguments with people who are not physically present, you are literally weaving a web of conflict in the quantum field that must eventually manifest as a physical confrontation or a strained relationship. These imaginary conversations are highly potent because they are usually fueled by intense emotion and vivid sensory detail, making them indistinguishable from reality to the subconscious mind. By rehearsing a grievance or defending your position against an invisible adversary, you are commanding the field to provide you with more opportunities to feel defensive and aggrieved. Your inner speech is the blueprint for your social and environmental landscape, and most people are accidentally building prisons of conflict through the sheer lack of mental discipline. Victim narratives are the most toxic form of internal speech because they rely on the assumption that you are an effect of the world rather than its cause. When you tell yourself stories about how you have been wronged, how the economy is failing you, or how luck is always on someone else's side, you're collapsing wave functions that reinforce your powerlessness. These narratives act as a psychological anchor, keeping you tethered to a version of reality where you are a passive observer of a hostile environment. The quantum field is entirely impersonal and will faithfully reflect your self-assigned role as a victim by providing you with a continuous stream of evidence to support that identity. To break this cycle, you must recognize that your inner story is not a report on reality, but the very substance from which your reality is being manufactured. Developing the watchman at the gate is the practice of radical, hypervigilant awareness where you monitor every thought that crosses the threshold of your consciousness. This watchman is the sovereign aspect of your awareness that refuses to let any thought pass that does not align with the version of yourself you have chosen to become. Most people live with an open gate, allowing a chaotic parade of fears, doubts, and old conditioning to march through their minds and set up camp in their subconscious. By standing at the gate, you reclaim your authority as the conscious architect, judging each thought not as true or false, but as either useful or destructive to your ultimate vision. This level of discipline requires you to treat your mind as a sacred kingdom where only the most noble and fulfilling assumptions are allowed to dwell. The flip technique is the mechanical process of catching a negative or limiting thought in the moment of its inception and immediately revising it into a statement of fulfillment. When you notice yourself thinking about how tired you are or how much work you have left to do, you do not try to suppress the thought or judge yourself for having it. Instead, you instantly flip the script to the opposite frequency, asserting a truth that matches your desired state, such as I am energized and everything is flowing with ease. This is not about lying to yourself, but about choosing which quantum probability you wish to nourish with your attention. By consistently flipping the script, you are training your brain to bypass the old neural pathways of lack and build new superhighways of abundance and success. Your inner monologue is the true prayer because it is the most persistent and honest expression of your current state of being. The quantum field does not listen to the words you say when you are trying to be spiritual. It listens to the underlying frequency of your habitual thoughts when you think no one is watching. If your inner monologue is dominated by the feeling of not having enough, the field will continue to reflect a world of scarcity, no matter how many affirmations you repeat. To master your life, you must harmonize your inner speech with your highest intentions until the two are indistinguishable from one another. This means that even in the most mundane moments of your day, your internal conversation must be a reflection of the person who has already achieved their greatest dreams. The quantum psychology of internal dialogue suggests that every word you speak to yourself is a vibration that ripples through the entire field, seeking out resonance with similar frequencies. If you are constantly criticizing yourself or others, you are broadcasting a signal that attracts more criticism and judgment into your physical experience. Conversely, if you cultivate an inner monologue of appreciation, self-love, and quiet confidence, you are tuning your transceiver to a reality where those qualities are the norm. You are never just thinking, you are always creating, and the quality of your thoughts is the quality of your life. The watchman at the gate ensures that your broadcast remains pure, protecting your internal atmosphere from the pollution of the collective consciousness and its focus on limitation. Internal arguments are a form of psychological self-harm because they keep your nervous system in a state of high alert and your consciousness in a state of separation. When you argue with a partner or a boss in your head, you are literally practicing the state of being at odds with the world, which the subconscious accepts as a command to maintain that conflict. These mental rehearsals are so effective because they use all the sensory tools of manifestation, voice, emotion, and facial expressions, to anchor a reality of discord. To stop this, you must learn to withdraw your attention from the conflict the moment it begins, replacing the argument with a scene of harmony and mutual respect. You are the only one present in your own mind, and you have the absolute power to decide what kind of conversations take place there. The flip technique is most effective when it is applied with a sense of playfulness rather than a sense of desperate struggle. When you catch a thought of lack, you can treat it as a curious relic of an old identity that no longer has any power over you, gently turning it over to reveal the abundance that was always hidden behind it. This lightness of touch prevents you from creating resistance, allowing the new assumption to slip past the gatekeeper and into the subconscious with ease. You are not fighting your thoughts. You are simply choosing to change the channel on the radio of your mind. Over time, the new frequency becomes so natural that the old thoughts of lack simply stop appearing, having been starved of the attention they need to survive. The radical awareness required to be the watchman at the gate is a form of spiritual sobriety that few people ever achieve. It means being fully present in every moment, observing the movement of your mind with the detachment of a scientist and the authority of a king. This awareness allows you to see the gap between a thought and your reaction to it, giving you the space to choose a different collapse of the wave function. Without this watchman, You are merely a biological machine reacting to the environment based on past programming, forever recreating the same cycle of events. With the Watchman, you become a conscious creator who can intercept the old patterns and replace them with the blueprints of a masterpiece. Every internal narrative you entertain is a form of self-hypnosis that deepens your conviction in a particular version of reality. If your narrative is one of struggle and hard work, you are hypnotizing yourself into a life where nothing comes easily and every gain must be earned through exhaustion. If you shift your narrative to one of grace and effortless manifestation, you are opening the door for the quantum field to provide you with shortcuts and miracles that the logical mind cannot explain. Your inner speech is the script of your life, and you are the only one who has the power to edit it. By taking control of the monologue, you are taking control of the very fabric of your existence, ensuring that your life is a reflection of your highest joy rather than your deepest fears. The 24/7 nature of manifestation means that there are no idle thoughts, as every movement of the mind has a corresponding effect in the field. This realization can be daunting at first, but it is also the ultimate liberation, as it means that you are never more than a thought away from a completely different life. You do not need to wait for the stars to align or for the world to change. You only need to change the conversation you are having with yourself in this very moment. The quantum field is infinitely flexible and highly responsive, waiting for you to provide it with a new set of instructions through the power of your inner speech. You are the master of the broadcast, and the world is your audience, waiting to see what you will create next. The watchman at the gate must be particularly vigilant during times of transition or uncertainty, as these are the moments when the old victim narratives are most likely to resurface. When the 3D world seems to be contradicting your new assumptions, the inner monologue often reverts to a state of doubt and panic, effectively canceling the manifestation before it can harden into fact. The watchman's job is to maintain the new frequency even in the face of contradictory evidence, refusing to let the shadows of the external world dictate the light of the internal vision. This persistence is what forces the quantum field to finally yield and conform to your new truth. You are not a victim of the mirror. You are the one who determines what the mirror must show. The flip technique is a powerful tool for emotional regulation, as it allows you to process negative feelings without letting them define your reality. When you feel a surge of anger or fear, you acknowledge the feeling as a biological response to an old thought, and then you immediately flip the thought to a state of peace and security. This prevents the emotion from becoming a permanent part of your quantum signature, ensuring that it remains a fleeting experience rather than a creative command. You are learning to use your emotions as a diagnostic tool, telling you when your inner monologue has drifted off course and needs to be recalibrated. By staying in the driver's seat of your mind, you ensure that your emotional state is always a reflection of your chosen reality. Internal speech acts as a continuous measurement of your self-concept, reinforcing your identity with every word you think. If you think of yourself as someone who is always late, always tired, or always struggling, you are providing the subconscious with a set of instructions that it must follow with absolute fidelity. To change your life, you must change the way you talk to yourself about yourself, adopting the language of the person you wish to be. This means speaking to yourself with the same kindness, respect, and confidence that you would show to a beloved friend who has achieved great success. Your internal dialogue is the most intimate relationship you will ever have, and it should be a source of constant empowerment and inspiration. The quantum psychology of speech extends to the way you talk about others, as the people in your life are merely reflections of your own internal states. If you speak ill of someone in your head, you are actually speaking ill of a part of yourself that is being projected onto them, reinforcing a reality of separation and judgment. By choosing to see the greatness in others through your inner monologue, you are calling forth that same greatness within yourself and in your external relationships. This is the mechanical core of the idea that everyone is you pushed out, as your internal conversation about others determines how they will show up in your world. You are the one who assigns the roles in your play, and your inner speech is the script you give to the other actors. Developing the watchman at the gate is a process of reclaiming your mental sovereignty from the noise of the world and the conditioning of the past. It requires you to be ruthlessly honest with yourself about the quality of your thoughts and the direction of your attention. You must be willing to let go of the ego's need to be right, to be a victim, or to be special through suffering, choosing instead the quiet power of the wish fulfilled. This level of mental discipline is the hallmark of the master, the one who knows that the world is a mirror and that the only way to change the reflection is to change the face that is being reflected. You are the master of your own mind, and your inner monologue is the scepter of your power. The flip technique is not a form of denial, but a form of higher realization that recognizes the fluid nature of reality. When you flip a thought of lack to a thought of abundance, you are not ignoring a fact. You are selecting a more desirable probability from the infinite field of potential. You are asserting your right as a conscious observer to decide which wave functions will be collapsed and which will remain as unmanifested waves. This is the ultimate act of creative freedom, as it allows you to navigate the quantum field with intention and purpose. Your inner monologue is the compass that guides you through the ocean of possibilities, and the flip technique is the hand that steers the ship. The 24/7 manifestation process means that your life is a continuous prayer that is always being answered by the quantum field. The field does not care if your prayer is one of joy or one of sorrow. It only cares about the intensity and persistence of the signal you are sending. By mastering your inner monologue, you are ensuring that your prayer is always one of fulfillment and gratitude, even before the evidence appears in the physical world. This state of constant alignment is the secret to a life of ease and grace, where your desires manifest with the same naturalness as the seasons changing. You are no longer struggling to make things happen. You are simply allowing them to be reflected in the mirror of your own consciousness. Internal arguments and victim narratives are the primary ways that we leak our creative energy and reinforce the structures of limitation in our lives. By withdrawing your attention from these destructive patterns, you are reclaiming the energy you need to build the reality of your dreams. The watchman at the gate is the protector of this energy, ensuring that it is used only for the highest purposes and the most fulfilling assumptions. You are a being of infinite power, and your mind is the laboratory where that power is directed and shaped. Every thought is a choice, and every choice is a command to the universe to produce a specific result. The quantum psychology of speech teaches us that our words are not just descriptions of the world, but the very tools we use to build it. When you speak to yourself with authority and conviction, you are commanding the quantum field to organize itself around your words. This is why the inner monologue of the master is always one of quiet confidence and unwavering faith, even when the external world seems to be in chaos. The master knows that the internal state is the only true cause, and that the external world must eventually conform to the internal command. By taking control of your inner speech, you are taking control of the divine power of creation that resides within you. The flip technique allows you to transform the lead of negative thoughts into the gold of fulfilled assumptions through the alchemy of consciousness. It is a daily practice of mental refinement that gradually elevates your vibrational frequency until you are in permanent resonance with your highest vision. Each time you flip a thought, you are performing a small miracle of reality creation, proving to yourself that you are the one in control of your own experience. This builds a momentum of success that eventually becomes unstoppable, as your mind becomes a fortress of positive and empowering assumptions. You are the alchemist of your own mind, and the flip technique is your most powerful tool. Radical awareness is the foundation of all spiritual and psychological growth, as it allows you to see the patterns of your own mind without being consumed by them. As the watchman at the gate, you begin to notice the subtle ways that your inner monologue tries to pull you back into the old stories of lack and limitation. You see the hooks of the ego and the traps of the past, and you choose to walk past them with a smile of recognition. This awareness is the light that dissolves the shadows of the subconscious, allowing you to create from a place of pure potentiality rather than from a place of reaction. You are the light of the world, and your awareness is the power that brings that light into every corner of your existence. The inner monologue is the bridge between the unseen world of thought and the seen world of matter, and the quality of that bridge determines the quality of the life you build upon it. If the bridge is made of doubt and fear, the life it supports will be unstable and prone to collapse. If the bridge is made of conviction and the feeling of the wish fulfilled, the life it supports will be a masterpiece of strength and beauty. You are the engineer of this bridge, and every word you speak to yourself is a structural element in its construction. By building a bridge of empowering inner speech, you are ensuring that your manifestation journey is one of joy, stability, and ultimate success. The 24/7 manifestation process is a reminder that you are always in the presence of the creative power of the universe, and that this power is always responding to you. You do not need to go to a special place or perform a special ritual to access this power. It is as close to you as your own thoughts. By making your inner monologue a continuous stream of the wish fulfilled, you are living in a state of constant communion with the divine creator within. You are the living expression of the law of assumption, and your life is the evidence of its truth. Every moment is an opportunity to start a new conversation and to create a new world. The watchman at the gate is not a source of stress, but a source of profound peace, as it allows you to rest in the knowledge that you are the one in control. You no longer need to worry about the external world or the actions of others, because you know that your internal state is the only thing that matters. This sovereignty is the ultimate goal of the creative process, as it frees you from the chains of reaction and allows you to live as a conscious architect of your own destiny. You are the king or queen of your own mind, and the watchman is your most loyal servant. The gate is secure, the kingdom is at peace, and the masterpiece is being built. The flip technique is the final piece of the puzzle, the practical tool that allows you to maintain your mastery in the midst of the challenges of daily life. It is the way you stay on course when the winds of doubt begin to blow, and the way you keep your signal clear when the noise of the world becomes too loud. By consistently flipping your thoughts, you are demonstrating your commitment to your new identity and your faith in the power of your own imagination. You are not a victim of your thoughts. You are the one who chooses which thoughts will be given the power of your attention. The flip is the key to the kingdom, and the kingdom is yours. As you move through your day, remember that your inner monologue is the actual creator of your reality, and that every word you speak to yourself is a command to the quantum field. Be the watchman at the gate, use the flip technique to stay in alignment, and never allow a single thought to pass that does not serve your highest vision. You are a being of infinite potential, and your mind is the most powerful tool in the universe. Use it with purpose, use it with feeling, and use it with the absolute conviction that your wishes are already fulfilled. The world is your mirror, and it is waiting to reflect the greatness that you are cultivating within. The journey of the conscious architect is one of constant refinement and expansion, as you learn to master the subtle movements of your own consciousness. By taking control of the inner monologue and the mental diet, you are laying the foundation for a life of true freedom and limitless creation. You are no longer at the mercy of the random thoughts and feelings that once dictated your experience. You are the deliberate cause of every effect you see. This is the ultimate power, the power to shape your world from the inside out, and it all begins with the next word you say to yourself. The field is listening, the mirror is ready, and the masterpiece is in your hands. The fundamental trap of the human mind is its obsession with the horizon, a persistent illusion that keeps your desires forever relegated to the realm of the future. You have been conditioned to think of your goals as distant points in time and space, separated from your current reality by a vast ocean of effort and waiting. This perspective of thinking of a desire is the primary reason for manifestation failure, as it reinforces the very state of lack that you are trying to overcome. When you think of a goal, you are standing in the present moment of not having and looking toward a future moment of having. This creates a psychological and quantum distance that the field must faithfully reflect, ensuring that your dream remains a permanent resident of the tomorrow that never arrives. To collapse this distance and command the quantum field, you must master the art of thinking from the end. This is a radical shift in mental location where you move your consciousness into the center of the fulfilled desire and look out at the world from that vantage point. You are no longer looking at the house, the career, or the relationship from the outside. You are looking from the window of that house, from the desk of that career, and from the heart of that relationship. This shift changes your internal frequency from one of longing to one of possession, signaling to the subconscious that the search is over. The quantum field responds not to what you want, but to where you are internally located, and when you think from the end, you are occupying the exact frequency of your success. Thinking from the end requires a total abandonment of the linear concept of time, which is merely a persistent construct of the three-dimensional brain. In the quantum realm, every possibility exists in a state of the eternal now, meaning that the version of you who has already succeeded is just as real as the version of you who is currently listening to these words. By moving your awareness into that successful version, you are performing a psychological displacement that forces the field to align with your new position. You are not waiting for a future event to happen. You are experiencing a present reality that is currently invisible to your physical senses. This is the difference. The moment you successfully impress a new identity upon the subconscious, a silent and invisible machinery begins to move within the fabric of your three-dimensional world. This movement is what we call the bridge of incidents, a sequence of events that appears entirely natural and often mundane, yet serves as the direct delivery system for your manifested desire. You must understand that the quantum field does not typically resort to spectacular or impossible displays of magic to bring your vision to life. Instead, it utilizes the existing infrastructure of your reality, moving people, creating coincidences, and triggering impulses that lead you toward your goal through the path of least resistance. This bridge is the physical manifestation of the shortest distance between your current state and your fulfilled assumption, and it often unfolds in a way that makes the final result seem like an inevitable conclusion rather than a miracle. The bridge of incidents is governed by a logic that far exceeds the analytical capacity of your conscious mind, involving millions of variables and the coordination of countless individuals who are entirely unaware of their role in your play. This is why you must remain in a state of total non-interference, refusing to dictate the how or the when of your manifestation. When you try to figure out the steps required to reach your goal, you are operating from the limited perspective of your old self, effectively trying to build a bridge using the very materials of the lack you are trying to escape. The subconscious mind, being non-local and entangled with all things, has access to roots and solutions that your conscious mind could never conceive. Your only responsibility is to maintain the internal frequency of the end, allowing the bridge to build itself beneath your feet as you walk. The naturalness of the bridge is often its most deceptive quality, leading many creators to believe that their own hard work or a lucky break was the cause of their success. You might find yourself taking a different route to work, experiencing a sudden impulse to call an old friend, or being forced into a situation that feels like a setback but is actually a necessary detour. Because these events fit seamlessly into the narrative of a normal life, it is easy to lose sight of the fact that they are the mechanical result of your internal shift. The bridge of incidents is a choreographed dance of probability where every step is perfectly timed to align with your new quantum signature. You are not making things happen through effort. You are allowing them to unfold through the precision of your assumption. Non-interference is the ultimate test of your faith in the laws of consciousness, requiring you to stand still while the world around you appears to be in flux. If you attempt to force a result or intervene in the process, you are signaling to the field that you do not believe the manifestation is already a fact. This intervention creates a vibrational dissonance that can disrupt the bridge, as the energy of trying is fundamentally different from the energy of having. You must learn to witness the events of your life with the detachment of a spectator, knowing that even the most challenging circumstances are part of the delivery mechanism. The bridge is not always a straight line, and what looks like a mountain in your path is often the very ramp that will launch you into your new reality. The obsession with looking for signs is one of the primary indicators that you have not yet reached the state of the wish fulfilled. When you are constantly scanning your environment for proof that your manifestation is coming, you are confirming to the subconscious that it is not yet here. Signs follow the internal shift. They do not precede it, and they are never meant to be the basis of your conviction. If you need a sign to believe, you are still operating from the frequency of seeking, which means the quantum field must continue to reflect a state of seeking back to you. The only true sign is the internal sense of naturalness and the quiet relief that the work is finished, which exists independently of anything the 3D world may show you. Looking for signs is a form of spiritual begging that keeps you tethered to the evidence of your senses and the limitations of the physical world. In the quantum paradigm, the observation creates the reality. So if you are observing the absence of your desire while hunting for a sign, you are reinforcing the absence. You must reach a point where you are so anchored in your internal vision that you no longer care whether the world provides you with a sign or not. This state of indifference is the final requirement for the bridge of incidents to complete its work, as it proves that your assumption is unshakable. When you stop looking for signs, the signs begin to appear in abundance, but by then, you will no longer need them to sustain your faith. The mechanism of delivery often involves the principle of everyone is you pushed out, where the people in your environment act as the hands and feet of your manifestation. Because everyone is part of the same quantum field, they are sensitive to the shifts in your internal state and will unconsciously move to fulfill the roles you have assigned them. A stranger might offer you a piece of information that changes your life, or a boss might suddenly decide to give you a promotion for reasons they cannot fully explain. These individuals are not acting of their own volition in the context of your universe. They are responding to the gravitational pull of your dominant assumption. You do not need to persuade or manipulate anyone to get what you want, as the field will move them with a precision that far exceeds any human strategy. Consider the case of a man who desired a specific executive position in a company that was not currently hiring. Instead of sending out resumes or trying to network his way into the firm, he spent his evenings in the state akin to sleep, feeling the weight of the company ID badge in his hand and hearing the congratulations of his new colleagues. Within 2 weeks, he was involved in a minor car accident with a woman who turned out to be the head of recruitment for that very company. During the exchange of insurance information, they struck up a conversation that led to an informal interview and, ultimately, the creation of a new role specifically for him. The accident was the bridge of incidents, a seemingly random and unfortunate event that was actually the most efficient path to his fulfilled desire. This story illustrates the mechanical nature of the bridge and the importance of not judging the events of your life as they unfold. To the man in the story, the car accident initially appeared to be a frustration, yet it was the exact point of contact required to collapse the wave function of his new career. If he had reacted to the accident with anger or seen it as a sign that his manifestation was failing, he might have closed the door to the opportunity. By remaining centered in his assumption, he allowed the bridge to deliver him to his destination through a series of natural and unavoidable steps. The field knows the shortest route, and it often uses the most unexpected vehicles to get you there. Another example involves a woman who was determined to move to a specific city, but lacked the financial means and the professional connections to make it happen. She ignored the evidence of her bank account and instead lived from the end, walking through her current neighborhood as if she were already on the streets of her new home. One day, she received a wrong number phone call from a person looking for a consultant in her specific field of expertise. Rather than simply hanging up, she engaged in a brief conversation that revealed the caller was based in the city she desired to move to. This single, accidental connection led to a job offer that included a full relocation package, proving that the bridge of incidents can be as simple as a mistaken digit on a keypad. The bridge of incidents often requires you to take actions that seem entirely unrelated to your goal, but which are essential components of the final manifestation. You might feel a sudden urge to clean your house, to take a particular class, or to visit a place you haven't been in years. These impulses are the subconscious mind guiding you toward the coordinates where your desire is waiting to be met. You must learn to trust these nudges without needing to understand their purpose, as the logic of the bridge is only visible in retrospect. When you look back on your successes, you will see that every event, no matter how small, was a necessary link in the chain that brought you to your destination. Staying out of the how and the when is a radical act of surrender that allows the infinite intelligence of the field to operate without the friction of your interference. When you specify the way your desire must arrive, you are placing a ceiling on the possibilities and often choosing a path that is far more difficult than the one the field would provide. The quantum field operates on the principle of maximum efficiency, and it will always find the most direct route that is in alignment with your current self-concept. By letting go of the details, you are opening yourself up to miracles that your conscious mind could never have planned. You are the architect who provides the blueprint, and the field is the master builder that handles the construction. The delay in the bridge of incidents is not a sign of resistance, but a reflection of the density of the three-dimensional world and the time required for the rearrangement of matter. You must treat this delay as a period of psychological rest, rather than a time of anxious waiting. If you become impatient, you are signaling that you do not yet have the thing you desire, which can stall the bridge and require you to re-impress the subconscious. The key is to remain so occupied with the feeling of the wish fulfilled that the passage of time becomes irrelevant. When you are truly in the state, the manifestation is already a present reality in your mind, and the physical appearance is merely a formality that will occur in its own perfect timing. The bridge of incidents is a testament to the fact that you are living in a participatory universe where your internal state is the primary cause of every external effect. Every event in your life is a messenger telling you who you are being, and the bridge is the process of the world catching up to your new identity. You are not a victim of circumstances, but the director of a play that is unfolding exactly according to your script. By mastering the art of non-interference and refusing to hunt for signs, you allow the full power of the quantum field to work in your favor. You are walking the bridge, and every step is taking you closer to the life you have already claimed. Signs follow, they do not precede, is a law that protects you from the trap of looking for external validation for your internal work. When you understand that the world is a mirror, you realize that the mirror cannot show you anything that you have not first seen within yourself. If you are looking for a sign, you are looking at the mirror and waiting for it to change before you change your expression. This is a fundamental reversal of the creative process that keeps you locked in a cycle of frustration and lack. To see the sign, you must first be the state, and once you are the state, the sign becomes a beautiful confirmation rather than a necessary proof. The bridge of incidents is often invisible while you are on it, and it is only when you reach the end that you can see the perfection of the path you have traveled. During the journey, you must have the courage to trust your internal vision even when the external world seems to be moving in the opposite direction. The field is working behind the scenes, coordinating a vast array of forces to bring your desire to pass in the most natural way possible. Your only job is to stay on the bridge by maintaining your assumption, refusing to let the shadows of the 3D world pull you back into the old reality. You are the master of the collapse, and the bridge is the evidence of your power in action. Case studies of the bridge of incidents reveal a consistent pattern of naturalness and unexpected timing that characterizes the manifestation process. Whether it is a career shift, a financial windfall, or a relationship, the delivery mechanism always utilizes the existing fabric of reality to produce a result that feels inevitable. These stories serve as a reminder that you do not need to move mountains or perform heroic feats to change your life. You only need to move your consciousness to a new position and allow the bridge to carry you to the destination. The power of the law is found in its simplicity and its unwavering reliability, providing you with a predictable path to the fulfillment of your highest visions. The mechanism of delivery is a scientific process of vibrational alignment, where the field matches your internal frequency with a corresponding set of external events. This is why the feeling of the wish fulfilled is the only currency that matters in the quantum market. If you provide the feeling, the field must provide the facts, and the bridge of incidents is the logistics department that handles the delivery. You are the CEO of your own reality, and you have the power to command the resources of the entire universe through the precision of your focus. The bridge is being built for you right now, and every moment is bringing you closer to the manifestation of your dreams. Non-interference also means refusing to talk about your manifestation with people who do not understand these laws, as their doubt and skepticism can create mental noise that disrupts your focus. You must protect the seed of your desire by keeping it in the silence of your own heart, allowing it to grow without the interference of the collective consciousness. The bridge of incidents is a private journey between you and the quantum field, and the more you can remain in the silence, the more rapidly the bridge will unfold. Your internal conviction is the only validation you need, and the external world will provide its own proof in due time. You are the guardian of your own vision, and your silence is a sign of your strength. The bridge of incidents is a living bridge, a dynamic and responsive sequence that adjusts itself to every movement of your mind. If you falter in your assumption, the bridge may shift or delay, but the moment you return to the state of the wish fulfilled, the construction resumes with renewed intensity. You are the one who determines the stability and the speed of the bridge through the consistency of your internal state. By staying focused on the end and refusing to be moved by the shadows of the 3D world, you ensure that your journey is one of ease, grace, and ultimate success. The bridge is a gift from the field, a physical manifestation of the love and power that reside within your own consciousness. Understanding the mechanics of the bridge of incidents allows you to move through life with a sense of adventure and curiosity, rather than fear and anxiety. You begin to see every event as a potential link in the chain of your manifestation, finding meaning and purpose in even the most mundane occurrences. This shift in perspective turns the process of reality creation into a joyous game of discovery, where you are constantly looking for the hidden hand of the field in the events of your day. You are the conscious architect, and the world is your playground, waiting for you to reveal the masterpiece you have been building in the silence. The bridge is open, the path is clear, and the destination is already yours. The bridge of incidents is the final proof that your imagination is the only true reality, and that the world of the senses is merely a delayed projection of your internal states. When you reach the end of the bridge and stand in the physical manifestation of your desire, you will realize that you were never separate from it at any point in the journey. The bridge was not a way to get to your desire, but the way your desire expressed itself in the physical world. You were always the master of the bridge, and the power of creation was always in your hands. Now, you can look back with gratitude and look forward with the confidence of someone who knows the secrets of the universe. The naturalness of the delivery mechanism ensures that your success will never feel like a burden or an imposition on the world around you. Because the bridge of incidents utilizes the path of least resistance, your manifestation will arrive in a way that feels perfectly aligned with your life and the lives of those around you. You are not taking anything from anyone, nor are you disrupting the order of the universe. You are simply fulfilling a quantum probability that was already waiting for your witness. This is the beauty of the law of assumption, which allows you to create a life of abundance and joy without ever having to compromise your integrity or your peace. The bridge is a path of harmony, and the result is a masterpiece of balance and grace. The bridge of incidents is the physical manifestation of your own persistence, the evidence that you have successfully remained in the state of the wish fulfilled despite the evidence of your senses. Every event on the bridge is a confirmation of your internal strength and your unwavering faith in the creative power of your imagination. You have proven to yourself and to the field that you are a master creator, capable of commanding the forces of reality through the precision of your focus. The bridge is the reward for your discipline, and the final manifestation is the crown of your achievement. You have walked the path, and the world is now yours to enjoy. As you continue to walk the bridge of incidents, remember that the field is always working in your favor, even when you cannot see the progress. Trust the timing of the universe, knowing that every delay is a necessary part of the delivery and every detour is a shortcut in disguise. Stay centered in your assumption, refuse to interfere with the how, and let go of the need for signs. You are the conscious architect of your own reality, and the bridge is taking you exactly where you need to go. The journey is part of the creation, and the end is already a fact in the quantum field. The bridge of incidents is the final stage of the manifestation process, the moment when the unseen becomes the seen and the imaginal becomes the physical. You have navigated the engine room, you have mastered the inner monologue, and you have shifted your identity to the version of yourself who has already succeeded. Now, you simply need to walk the bridge with the quiet confidence of a master, allowing the world to rearrange itself around your new truth. The bridge is a testament to your power, and the life you have created is a masterpiece of your own design. You are the creator, the observer, and the manifestation, and the bridge is the link that connects them all. The logic of the bridge is the logic of the quantum field, a logic of infinite connection and perfect coordination. When you move into the state of the wish fulfilled, you are tapping into this higher intelligence and allowing it to guide your life. The bridge of incidence is the way this intelligence manifests in the physical world, creating a sequence of events that is both natural and miraculous. You are no longer living a life of chance, but a life of conscious design, where every event is a part of a greater plan that you have set in motion. The bridge is your path to freedom, and the destination is the realization of your highest potential. The bridge of incidence is the ultimate evidence that the world is a fluid and responsive field of potential that is sensitive to the slightest movement of your mind. By mastering the art of the bridge, you are reclaiming your power as a conscious architect and stepping into the role you were always meant to play. You are the one who decides which probabilities will become facts and which stories will be told. The bridge is the process of your word becoming flesh, and the world is the stage on which your masterpiece is performed. You are the master of the bridge, and the journey has only just begun. The mechanism of delivery is a reminder that you are never alone in your creative work, as the entire universe is collaborating with you to bring your desires to pass. The bridge of incidence is the visible expression of this collaboration, a series of events that proves the field is always listening and always responding. You can rest in the knowledge that you are supported by the laws of physics and the power of consciousness, and that your success is an inevitability. The bridge is your connection to the infinite, and the life you are building is a reflection of the divine creator that dwells within you. Stay on the bridge, stay in the state, and watch as the world transforms before your eyes. The bridge of incidence is the final chapter of your manifestation journey, the point where you cross the threshold into your new reality. You have done the work, you have kept the faith, and you have allowed the law to operate without interference. Now, you can enjoy the fruits of your labor, knowing that you are the one who brought them into being. The bridge has served its purpose, and the manifestation is now a permanent part of your physical world. You are a master of reality creation, and the bridge of incidence was the path that led you to your throne. The internal shift you have made is now being reflected in every detail of your life, from the smallest coincidence to the grandest achievement. The bridge of incidence was the mechanism that made this reflection possible, a sequence of events that translated your internal frequency into physical form. You can look back on the journey with a sense of awe and wonder, realizing that every moment was a part of the perfect plan you created in your imagination. You are the conscious architect, and the world is your masterpiece. The bridge is complete, the manifestation is real, and the future is yours to shape. The three-dimensional world you inhabit is not a live broadcast of reality, but a delayed projection of your past internal states. It is a dense, lagging echo of your previous assumptions that functions much like the light reaching your eyes from a distant star. By the time you perceive a circumstance with your physical senses, the consciousness that created it has already moved on. This delay factor is a mechanical necessity of a physical universe constructed from slow-moving matter, serving as a buffer that prevents every fleeting fear or stray thought from instantly manifesting into your experience. If reality were to shift with the same speed as your imagination, the world would be an unstable and chaotic environment where survival would be nearly impossible. When you begin the process of reality creation, you must accept that the physical world is essentially a graveyard of your old ideas. Every obstacle, every limitation, and every instance of lack you currently see is the fossilized remains of a person you no longer choose to be. If you react to these shadows with frustration or despair, you are essentially arguing with a ghost or trying to edit a film that has already been projected onto the screen. The mechanical secret to mastery is recognizing that the 3D world has no creative power of its own. It is entirely an effect. To change the effect, you must remain indifferent to the current evidence while you anchor your awareness in the new cause you have established within. This period of transition inevitably triggers a state of cognitive dissonance, which is the psychological pain that arises when your physical senses flatly contradict your internal conviction. You feel the weight of your new identity as a successful, loved, or healthy individual, yet the mirror continues to show you the old reflection of struggle or solitude. This dissonance is the threshold where most creators fail, as they mistake the lack of immediate physical evidence for a failure of the quantum law. They allow the sting of the current reality to pull them out of the state of the wish fulfilled, thereby resetting the manifestation process and reinforcing the old timeline. You must understand that this pain is simply the friction of your old identity being dismantled to make room for the new. Dealing with the visceral contradiction of the senses requires a level of mental discipline that Neville Goddard described as walking by faith and not by sight. This is not a religious platitude, but a technical instruction on how to manage your attention in a participatory universe. When the bank account looks empty or the person you desire is absent, you must acknowledge the 3D evidence as a historical fact while simultaneously denying it the power to dictate your internal state. You are not lying to yourself about what you see. You are simply refusing to let what you see determine who you are. This ability to maintain a persistent assumption in the face of contrary evidence is the defining characteristic of the conscious creator. The shadow is not an enemy to be defeated, but the accumulated momentum of your past self-concept. In quantum psychology, the shadow consists of all the unexpressed wave functions and emotional residues that were generated by your old way of thinking. When you shift your identity, this old energy does not vanish instantly. It must be processed through the physical body as it exits your field. This often manifests as sudden bursts of doubt, anxiety, or anger that seem to come from nowhere. These emotions are merely the final discharge of a dying frequency, and if you can observe them without identifying with them, they will eventually dissolve. Most people make the mistake of trying to suppress negative emotions or fighting against their shadow, which only serves to give those states more of the very energy they need to persist. The quantum field responds to your attention, so when you focus on fixing your problems or overcoming your fears, you are essentially telling the field to provide you with more problems and fears to work on. The psychological tool for processing these states is detached observation, where you allow the feeling to exist without granting it the authority to change your story. You witness the anxiety or the frustration as a passing weather pattern in your consciousness, knowing that your true identity is the unshakable sky behind the clouds. The delay factor is actually your greatest ally because it provides you with the space to refine your focus and prove the stability of your new assumption. If your desires manifested the very second you thought of them, you would never develop the mental muscles required to hold a high vibrational state. The buffer of the 3D world acts as a training ground where you learn to prioritize your internal vision over external circumstances. Once you prove to the subconscious that you are unmoved by the shadow, the 3D world begins to yield and harden into the shape of your new identity. The hardening of reality is a predictable mechanical process that occurs when the internal state becomes more natural than the external evidence. Persistence is the only bridge between the world of possibility and the world of fact. It is a state of brazen impudence where you continue to claim the reality of your desire even when the world seems to be laughing at your conviction. This is the stage where you must be your own most loyal supporter, refusing to entertain any thought or conversation that implies your wish is not already a fact. If you look to the world for confirmation, you are admitting that you do not yet have it, which keeps the manifestation in a state of perpetual delay. You must become so self-persuaded that the external world becomes a secondary concern, almost a background noise to the vividness of your internal life. The pain of cognitive dissonance can be transmuted into creative power by recognizing it as a signal that you are successfully challenging your old self-concept. Every time you feel the sting of contradiction and choose to return to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are performing a quantum leap. You are literally breaking the old neural pathways and building new ones that support your elevated frequency. This is a form of psychological alchemy where the lead of your current struggle is turned into the gold of your future success. The dissonance is not a sign that something is wrong, but a sign that your old world is collapsing under the weight of your new authority. To handle the 3D world effectively, you must adopt the perspective of a master who is watching a movie they have already written. You know the ending, you know the plot twists, and you know that the final scene is one of total victory. When a challenging scene appears on the screen, you do not run to the projection room in a panic to try and stop it. You simply sit back and watch it unfold, knowing that it is a necessary part of the bridge of incidents. This level of detachment allows you to move through the world with a sense of playfulness and ease, even when the shadows seem particularly dark. You are the director, the actor, and the audience, and the film is already finished. The psychological tools for dealing with resistance include the practice of radical self-acceptance, where you stop judging yourself for having human reactions to the 3D world. It is perfectly natural to feel a momentary pang of disappointment when the mirror doesn't show you what you want, but the mastery lies in how quickly you return to your center. You do not need to be a perfect, emotionless machine to manifest your desires. You only need to be someone whose dominant state is one of fulfillment. By allowing yourself to feel the resistance without letting it define your destination, you remove the power of the shadow to derail your journey. You are giving yourself permission to be human while simultaneously operating as a god. The 3D buffer is where the work of reality creation truly happens. It is easy to feel like a creator when everything is going your way, but the real test is whether you can maintain your state when everything seems to be falling apart. This is the crucible where the amateur is separated from the master. In this space, your persistence acts as a command to the quantum field, forcing it to align with your unwavering focus. The more you ignore the evidence of the senses, the more quickly the field responds, as it realizes that its attempts to mirror your old state are no longer being validated by your attention. When you encounter persistent resistance, it is often a sign that you are still trying to change the world from the outside rather than from the within. You might be checking your phone for a text, looking at your bank balance every hour, or asking others for their opinion on your progress. All of these actions are confessions of lack that keep you tethered to the 3D world. To break free, you must perform a total withdrawal of your attention from the problem, moving so deeply into the feeling of the solution that the problem no longer has any reality for you. This is the mechanical core of the law of assumption. You must assume the state of the wish fulfilled until the assumption becomes your only truth. The shadow often uses the voices of other people to try and pull you back into your old reality. Friends, family, and society are all parts of the same quantum mirror, and they will often reflect your own hidden doubts back to you through their skepticism or well-meaning advice. You must realize that they are not separate individuals with their own power to influence your life. They are messengers telling you what you are still believing about yourself. Instead of arguing with them or trying to convince them of your new truth, you simply change your internal conversation about them. As you see them differently in your imagination, they will have no choice but to change their behavior to match your new projection. Processing negative emotions without letting them ruin your manifestation involves a technique called emotional integration. Instead of pushing the feeling away, you breathe into it and allow it to expand within your body until it loses its charge. You are essentially saying to the emotion, "I see you, I feel you, and you are allowed to be here, but you are not the truth of my reality." By acknowledging the feeling without the story attached to it, you prevent it from becoming a creative command to the field. You are reclaiming the energy that was trapped in that emotion and making it available for your conscious creation. The delay factor is not a fixed period of time, but a reflection of the intensity and naturalness of your assumption. If you are constantly oscillating between the feeling of having and the feeling of wanting, the 3D world will reflect that instability through delays and inconsistencies. However, when you reach a state of pure, unwavering naturalness, the buffer begins to shrink. The field responds to the clarity of the signal, and when the signal is consistent, the rearrangement of matter happens with surprising speed. Your task is not to make the manifestation happen faster, but to make the state of having feel more natural than the state of lack. Cognitive dissonance is the birthing pain of a new reality, and if you can learn to welcome it as a sign of progress, you will become unstoppable. It means you are no longer a match for your old life, and the tension you feel is the process of your consciousness expanding to encompass your new desire. Instead of shrinking away from the discomfort, you lean into it, using it as a reminder to return to your imaginal act. You are building the capacity to hold a higher frequency, and the dissonance is the resistance that builds the muscle. Every time you choose the internal over the external, you are anchoring yourself more deeply in the quantum field of infinite possibility. The Neville Goddard way of ignoring the 3D evidence is a form of psychological sovereignty where you refuse to let anything outside of yourself dictate your internal state. This is the ultimate freedom, as it means you are no longer a victim of circumstances, the economy, or the actions of others. You are the sole authority in your universe, and your imagination is the only law. This doesn't mean you become irresponsible or disconnected from life. It means you engage with life from a position of power rather than a position of reaction. You do what needs to be done in the 3D world, but you do it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows the outcome is already secured. As you navigate the resistance of the physical world, remember that the shadow is only as strong as the attention you give it. If you treat an obstacle as a solid, immovable fact, it will remain as such in your experience. But if you see it as a temporary wave function that is already in the process of dissolving, it will lose its density and eventually vanish. You are the one who gives reality its properties through the quality of your observation. By observing the world from the state of the wish fulfilled, you are literally breathing life into your dreams and withdrawing it from your limitations. The transition from the old man to the new man is a mechanical process of identity replacement. You are not trying to improve your old self. You are letting it die so that a new version of you can emerge. The resistance you feel is the ego's attempt to survive, as it knows that its existence depends on your continued identification with your past. By persistently assuming the identity of the person you want to be, you are starving the ego of its power and allowing your true, creative self to take the lead. This is the most radical act of self-transformation a human being can perform, and it is the key to mastering the quantum field. The psychological tools you develop during this phase will serve you for the rest of your life, as they allow you to remain centered and powerful in any situation. You are learning to be the master of your own internal atmosphere, which is the most valuable skill a conscious creator can possess. When you can maintain your peace in the midst of chaos and your abundance in the midst of lack, you have truly conquered the world. The 3D world is no longer a prison, but a playground where you can express your creative power with absolute freedom. You are the architect, the shadow is the scaffolding, and the masterpiece is your life. The delay factor is the silence between the notes of a symphony, the space that gives the music its structure and its beauty. Do not be afraid of the silence, and do not be discouraged by the wait. The field is working with a precision that far exceeds your conscious understanding, coordinating a vast array of forces to bring your vision to life. Your only job is to stay in the state, to maintain your assumption, and to walk through the world with the quiet authority of one who knows. The bridge of incidents is building itself beneath your feet, and every step you take in the state of the wish fulfilled is a step toward the inevitable hardening of your reality. The shadow and the resistance are the final tests of your resolve, the moments where you get to decide whether you are truly ready to live as a conscious creator. If you can look at the lack and say, "I know what I see, but I also know what I am," you have won the game. You are no longer a slave to the mirror, but a master of the projection. The 3D world will eventually catch up to your new frequency, and when it does, it will do so with a naturalness that will make you wonder why you ever doubted. Stay focused, stay centered, and stay in the end, for the world is your mirror, and it is finally reflecting the greatness you have always carried within. The realization that the three-dimensional world is a delayed projection of your past internal states is the necessary precursor to the most radical phase of reality creation, which is the art of quantum jumping. While traditional psychology views the personality as a slow-moving, linear construct that must be gradually improved over years of effort, quantum psychology reveals that you are actually navigating a landscape of infinite parallel realities. Every choice you make, every thought you entertain, and every feeling you sustain acts as a navigational coordinate that pulls you toward a specific branch of existence. You are not a static entity moving through a single timeline, but a localized point of awareness that is constantly shifting between countless versions of yourself that already exist in a state of superposition. This understanding removes the burden of having to build a new life from scratch and replaces it with the much simpler task of selecting the version of reality you wish to occupy. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that every possible outcome of every event actually occurs in its own distinct branch of the universe. In the context of your personal life, this means that there is a version of you who has already achieved every dream you have ever dared to imagine. There is a reality where you are a master of your craft, a reality where you live in absolute abundance, and a reality where your relationships are defined by perfect harmony. These versions of you are not fantasies or future possibilities, but active wave functions that are vibrating at specific frequencies right now. Quantum jumping is the intentional process of shifting your internal signature so that it resonates with one of these pre-existing branches, causing your physical experience to realign with that new coordinate. You have been jumping between these realities your entire life without even realizing it, usually guided by the random fluctuations of your moods and the conditioned reactions of your ego. When you fall into a state of depression or lack, you are subconsciously jumping to a branch of reality where obstacles and failures are the dominant features. When you experience a burst of inspiration or confidence, you are momentarily aligning with a more successful version of yourself. The mastery of reality creation involves taking control of this jumping mechanism so that you can consciously choose your destination rather than being at the mercy of your subconscious programming. You are learning to use your imagination as a steering wheel, navigating the infinite sea of potential with the precision of a master mariner. The primary obstacle to successful quantum jumping is the persistent belief in a singular, linear history that defines who you are and what you can achieve. You have been taught to believe that you are the sum total of your past experiences, and that your future must be a logical extension of where you have been. This belief acts as a massive anchor that keeps you tethered to a specific set of branches, preventing you from making the leap into a radically different version of your life. To jump, you must first give yourself permission to be a completely different person overnight, regardless of what your history suggests is possible. You must be willing to embrace identity discontinuity, where the version of you that exists tomorrow has no obligation to be the same version that exists today. Identity discontinuity is the realization that the person you were 5 minutes ago is essentially a different quantum state than the person you are now. The only thing that creates the illusion of a continuous, unchanging self is your memory and your persistent focus on your old stories. When you withdraw your attention from your past and fully inhabit a new assumption, you are effectively breaking the chain of causality that keeps you stuck in your current circumstances. This is the psychological equivalent of a quantum leap, where an electron moves from one energy level to another without ever passing through the space in between. You do not need to work your way up to a new life. You simply need to occupy the frequency of the version of you who is already there. Neville Goddard provided a remarkably powerful tool for facilitating this shift, known as the Remember When technique. This method involves looking at your current struggles or limitations and framing them as if they were distant memories from a life you have long since outgrown. Instead of fighting against your current lack of money or your current loneliness, you sit in the silence and say to yourself, "Remember when I used to worry about my bank account," or "Remember when I felt so alone." By using the past tense to describe your present problems, you are linguistically and psychologically pushing those circumstances out of your current reality. You are signaling to the subconscious that these states are no longer a part of your identity, which allows the quantum field to begin the process of dissolving them. The Remember When technique works because it bypasses the resistance of the conscious mind by acknowledging the current situation while simultaneously stripping it of its power. When you try to affirm that you are wealthy while looking at a pile of bills, your logical mind often rebels and labels the thought as a lie. But when you say, "Remember when I had all those bills to pay," you are speaking from the perspective of someone who has already solved the problem. This creates a sense of relief and naturalness that is the essential frequency for a quantum jump. You are looking back at your current self from the vantage point of your future self, which collapses the distance between the two and pulls you into the new branch of reality. This technique is a form of temporal displacement that allows you to anchor your awareness in the end result while still being aware of the three-dimensional shadows. It trains your brain to view your current difficulties as temporary and already resolved, which reduces the emotional charge that keeps those difficulties in place. As the emotional charge fades, the wave function of your old reality begins to lose its stability, making it easier for you to jump to a more desirable branch. You are essentially gaslighting your old identity until it no longer has the strength to define your experience. The Remember When technique is the ultimate tool for creating psychological distance between you and the versions of yourself that no longer serve your highest vision. Quantum jumping requires you to be comfortable with the idea of being a stranger to your old self and to the people who knew that version of you. When you make a significant leap, your interests, your habits, and your very presence will change so radically that you may find it difficult to relate to your former life. This can be a disorienting experience, as the ego thrives on the safety of the familiar and the validation of others. You must be willing to let go of the need to be understood or to be consistent with your past, choosing instead the freedom of your new identity. You are giving yourself a fresh start in a new universe, and the only person whose permission you need is your own. The many worlds interpretation is not just a theoretical framework for physicists, it is a practical map for the conscious creator. It reveals that you are never stuck, never trapped, and never without options, because every possible solution to your problems is already a fact in a parallel branch. Your task is not to change the world you are in, but to move your awareness to the world you prefer. This shift is made through the intensity and naturalness of your feeling, which acts as the gravitational pull that draws you toward the new coordinate. When you feel the reality of your wish fulfilled, you are literally vibrating in resonance with the branch where that wish is a tangible fact. The process of jumping is often accompanied by a sense of profound lightness, as if the weight of the world has suddenly been lifted from your shoulders. This is the feeling of leaving behind the dense energy of your old assumptions and stepping into the high vibrational field of your new potential. You may find that your physical environment begins to change in subtle but unmistakable ways, as the people and events of the new branch start to appear in your experience. These are not signs that the jump is coming, they are signs that the jump has already occurred. You have moved your consciousness to a different layer of the field, and the 3D world is simply the last thing to reflect the change. Identity discontinuity allows you to bypass the slow and painful process of self-improvement and instead opt for total self-reinvention. Improvement implies that the old self is still the foundation, whereas reinvention recognizes that the old self can be completely discarded in favor of a new quantum state. You are not a project to be fixed. You are a creator who can choose a new mask and a new role at any moment. This realization is the ultimate liberation from the chains of karma, history, and social conditioning. You are free to be whoever you want to be, provided you have the courage to assume the feeling of that new identity and the persistence to remain in it. The remember when technique should be used whenever you find yourself being pulled back into the drama of the three-dimensional world. When you hear news that triggers fear, or when you face a challenge that seems insurmountable, you immediately frame it as a memory. Remember when the world seemed so chaotic, or remember when I didn't know how I was going to make it. This practice keeps you anchored in the perspective of the master, the one who knows that every storm is temporary and every problem is already solved. You are living from the end, even as you navigate the middle, using the power of your word to define the nature of your reality. Quantum jumping is the art of navigating the infinite, and the remember when technique is the compass that keeps you on course. Together, they allow you to move through life with a sense of wonder and empowerment, knowing that you are never more than a thought away from a completely different experience. You are the architect of the multiverse, and your imagination is the tool that allows you to explore its endless variations. By choosing to jump to the branches of joy, abundance, and love, you are fulfilling your purpose as a conscious creator and a divine observer. The journey is yours to define, and the possibilities are as vast as the stars in the sky. The permission to be a different person overnight is the greatest gift you can give to yourself, as it opens the door to a life of limitless potential. You are no longer bound by the mistakes you made yesterday or the limitations you accepted years ago. Every morning is an opportunity to jump to a new branch, to adopt a new frequency, and to start a new story. This is the essence of the quantum lifestyle, where the only constant is change, and the only limit is your own ability to imagine. You are the master of your own evolution, and the field is waiting for your next command. The remember when technique is also a powerful tool for healing trauma and resolving the emotional residues of the past. By looking back at a painful experience and saying, "Remember when that used to hurt so much," you are acknowledging the experience while simultaneously declaring that its power over you has ended. You are moving your awareness to a branch of reality where the wound has been healed and the lesson has been learned. This shift in perspective allows the quantum field to reorganize your energy body, dissolving the blockages that have kept you stuck in the past. You are rewriting your history by choosing to view it from a state of wholeness and completion. As you become more proficient in quantum jumping, you will find that the transitions between realities become smoother and more frequent. You will start to notice the subtle shifts in the atmosphere of your life, the changes in the behavior of the people around you, and the appearance of new opportunities that seem tailored to your new identity. These are the markers of a successful jump, the evidence that you have successfully recalibrated your transceiver and tuned into a different layer of the field. You are learning to play with the fabric of existence, moving through the branches with the ease and grace of a master. The world is no longer a solid prison, but a fluid and responsive playground for your consciousness. Identity discontinuity is the final stage of the death of the ego, the point where you realize that you are not a person at all, but the awareness in which all persons exist. This realization allows you to step into and out of identities with total freedom, using them as tools for expression rather than as prisons for your soul. You can be the successful entrepreneur, the loving partner, the creative artist, or the peaceful monk, all while knowing that your true nature is the unconditioned I am. This detachment from any single identity is the key to mastering the jump, as it prevents you from becoming stuck in the gravity of any one branch. You are the eternal traveler, and the multiverse is your home. The remember when technique is the bridge that allows you to walk from the old world into the new without looking back. It is the final word on every problem and the first word on every success, providing you with a constant reminder of your own creative power. By mastering this technique and embracing the science of quantum jumping, you are taking your place as a conscious architect of the field. You are no longer waiting for life to happen to you. You are happening to life, with the full backing of the many worlds' interpretation and the laws of consciousness. The jump is yours to make, the branch is yours to choose, and the reality is yours to inhabit. The many worlds' interpretation reveals that there is no such thing as a lost opportunity or a failed dream, because everything you have ever wanted is still waiting for you in another branch of the field. You do not need to grieve for the past or fear for the future, for all things are present in the eternal now. Your only task is to find the frequency of the version of you who has what you desire, and to stay there until the 3D world has no choice but to reflect it. This is the simple, mechanical truth of reality creation, and the power to execute it is within your own mind. You are the master of the jump, and the universe is your canvas. The most persistent illusion that binds the human spirit is the belief that the past is a finished, unchangeable record of events that exists independently of your current awareness. You have been conditioned to view time as a rigid, linear track, where the moments behind you are carved in stone and the moments ahead are a matter of chance. This misunderstanding of the architecture of time creates a psychological prison where your current potential is constantly throttled by the weight of what has already occurred. In the quantum paradigm, however, the past is not a solid foundation, but a fluid field of information that is being held in place only by your persistent observation and memory. When you realize that the past is nothing more than a current electrical impulse in your brain, you gain the power to reach back into the fabric of your history and rewrite the very script of your existence. The plasticity of time is a fundamental principle of reality creation that allows you to treat your memories as a dynamic workspace rather than a static archive. Every time you recall an event, you are not playing back a recording. You are actively reconstructing that event in the present moment, filtered through your current self-concept and emotional state. This means that the past is being recreated every single time you look back at it, giving you a continuous opportunity to change the quality of that recreation. If you continue to remember a failure with the same sense of shame or regret, you are reinforcing that failure as a present moment reality in the quantum field. By consciously altering the details and the feeling of that memory, you are withdrawing your support from the old timeline and selecting a new version of history that supports your highest vision. Quantum physics suggests that the observer effect is not limited by the direction of time, a concept known as retrocausality, where the present can influence the past. In the laboratory of your own consciousness, This means that your current assumptions have the power to collapse the wave functions of your history into a more favorable configuration. When you change the way you perceive a past event, you are not just changing your mind. You are changing the quantum signature that the event projects into your present life. This shift ripples through the entire structure of your reality, altering the current effects that were previously tied to that past cause. You are the editor of your own timeline, and the pruning shears of revision are the tools you use to ensure that only the most beautiful and successful versions of your story are allowed to remain. The practice of revision is a daily exercise in mental hygiene that prevents the weeds of the day from taking root in the fertile soil of your subconscious. Neville Goddard taught that at the end of every day, you should review the events of the last several hours and identify any moments that did not align with your desired identity. Instead of accepting a rejection, a conflict, or a failure as a fact, you sit in the silence and rewrite the scene in your imagination exactly as you wish it had happened. You see the person who was cold to you becoming warm and supportive. You hear the news of a setback becoming a message of triumph. You feel the frustration of a delay becoming the ease of a perfect flow. By repeating this revised scene with the same sensory vividness as the original, you are commanding the subconscious to accept the new version as the only true record of the day. This technique is a radical departure from traditional methods of coping or processing, as it seeks to dissolve the problem at its point of origin rather than managing its symptoms. When you successfully revise a day's failures, you are effectively pruning the branches of unwanted probabilities before they have a chance to harden into your future. You are refusing to carry the baggage of a disappointing day into your sleep, which ensures that your subconscious spends the night processing the frequency of success rather than the frequency of lack. This daily practice builds a momentum of excellence, as you are constantly refining your history to match the person you are becoming. You are no longer at the mercy of the random events of the world, but are the deliberate author of a life that is being perfected in every moment. The power of revision to heal deep-seated trauma is one of the most profound applications of quantum psychology, as it allows you to collapse the emotional charge of old wounds. Trauma is essentially a high-intensity wave function that has become stuck in your field, causing you to unconsciously recreate the same patterns of pain and fear in your present life. Traditional therapy often involves revisiting these wounds repeatedly, which can inadvertently reinforce their reality and keep the observer trapped in the frequency of the victim. Revision takes a different approach by moving the observer to a branch of reality where the trauma either did not occur or was transformed into a source of strength and wisdom. By rewriting the most painful moments of your past, you are freeing up the massive amount of energy that has been used to hold those wounds in place. Healing through revision is not about denying that an event occurred, but about claiming your authority to decide what that event means and how it functions in your universe. You are reaching back into the quantum soup and selecting a different outcome for a past event, providing your subconscious with a new set of instructions for your current emotional state. As you inhabit the revised memory with the feeling of peace and resolution, the physical body begins to respond by releasing the stored tension and chemical signatures of the old trauma. You are performing a biological and energetic reset that allows you to move forward without the weight of your history holding you back. This is the ultimate liberation, where you realize that no event in your past is so solid that it cannot be dissolved by the power of your imagination. The pruning shears of revision work on the principle that the subconscious mind cannot distinguish between a physical event and a vividly imagined one, especially when the imaginal act is infused with deep feeling. When you provide the engine room with a revised version of your history, it accepts that version as the new blueprint for your reality, regardless of what the external world might have shown you. You are essentially gaslighting the old identity until it loses its grip on your consciousness, making room for the new self-concept to take hold. This process of identity replacement is accelerated by revision because it removes the anchors that keep you tethered to your old limitations. You are not just building a new future, you are creating a new past that makes that future inevitable. The plasticity of time means that your childhood, your past relationships, and your previous career failures are all subject to your current creative command. If you carry a self-concept of being unloved because of a difficult upbringing, you can go back into your imagination and provide yourself with the love and support you lacked. You can see your younger self being held, heard, and valued, feeling the warmth of that acceptance as if it were happening right now. This revised history becomes the new foundation for your self-worth, changing the way you interact with the world in the present moment. You are not a victim of your upbringing. You are the architect who is currently redesigning the foundation of your existence. The daily practice of revision also serves to sharpen your focus and increase your sensitivity to the movements of your own mind. As you become more adept at catching and rewriting the day's failures, you will find that you are less likely to react to negative events in the moment they occur. You begin to move through the world with a sense of quiet confidence, knowing that you have the power to dissolve any obstacle through the work you do in the silence. This detachment from the drama of the three-dimensional world is the hallmark of the master creator, the one who knows that the external world is merely a reflection of the internal state. You are no longer fighting against the mirror. You are simply changing the face that the mirror is forced to show. Revision is a form of quantum alchemy that turns the lead of your past mistakes into the gold of your future successes. Every failure you revise is a lesson learned and a frequency shifted, moving you closer to the state of the wish fulfilled. You are learning to treat your life as a work in progress, a masterpiece that is being constantly refined and elevated by the power of your awareness. The past is not a prison, but a reservoir of potential that you can tap into at any time to support your current vision. By mastering the pruning shears of revision, you are reclaiming your sovereignty over time and space, proving that you are the one who decides what is real and what is not. The emotional charge of an event is the glue that keeps it stuck in your reality, and revision is the solvent that dissolves that glue. When you rewrite a scene, you are not just changing the visuals. You are changing the emotional frequency of the memory. You are replacing the feeling of rejection with the feeling of being chosen, the feeling of lack with the feeling of abundance, and the feeling of fear with the feeling of security. This emotional shift is what signals the quantum field to rearrange your current circumstances, as the field responds to the quality of your vibration rather than the details of your story. You are the master of your own emotional atmosphere, and revision is the way you ensure that your atmosphere is always one of success and joy. The plasticity of time also allows for the phenomenon of spontaneous healing, where a physical ailment or a long-standing psychological block disappears instantly after a successful revision. This happens because you have moved your consciousness to a branch of reality where the cause of the ailment no longer exists. You have effectively jumped to a timeline where you have always been healthy and whole, and the body has no choice but to align with that new truth. These miracles are the mechanical result of a profound internal shift, proving that the laws of consciousness are the highest laws in the universe. You are not a biological machine. You are a localized point of awareness that has the power to rewrite the very laws of its own existence. The pruning shears of revision should be used with a sense of radical responsibility, recognizing that you are the one who allowed the original events to take place through your past internal states. Instead of blaming others for the failures of your day, you take ownership of the reflection and use your imagination to correct it. This self-correction is the highest form of spiritual work, as it moves you out of the role of the victim and into the role of the conscious architect. You are no longer waiting for the world to change so that you can feel better. You are changing the world by changing the way you feel about the past. This proactive approach to reality creation is what separates the masters from the masses who are forever at the mercy of their history. As you incorporate revision into your daily life, you will find that your memory of the past begins to change naturally, as the revised versions of events become more real to you than the originals. The old stories of struggle and lack will start to fade, replaced by a new narrative of triumph and abundance that supports your current identity. This shift in memory is the evidence that your quantum jumping is successful, as you are now anchored in a timeline where success is your natural state. You are living in a world of your own design, where even the past is a reflection of your highest potential. You are the master of time, the editor of reality, and the divine observer of your own magnificent life. The plasticity of time ensures that no mistake is permanent and no failure is final, provided you have the courage to reach back and rewrite the script. You are the one who holds the pen, and the pages of your history are waiting for your next correction. By mastering the pruning shears of revision, you are ensuring that your life is a continuous stream of conscious creation, unburdened by the shadows of the past and fueled by the light of your imagination. You are the creator, the observer, and the manifestation, and time is merely the canvas on which you paint your masterpiece. The work is yours to do, and the rewards are infinite. The healing of trauma through revision is a process of reclaiming your power from the events that once defined you. You are no longer a person who was hurt. You are a person who chose to transform that hurt into a new and more powerful version of yourself. This transformation is the true meaning of alchemy, where the base elements of your experience are turned into the precious metal of your divine nature. You are the alchemist of your own mind, and revision is the fire that purifies your soul. By rewriting your history, you are setting yourself free to live the life you were always meant to lead, unencumbered by the chains of the past. The pruning shears of revision are also a tool for social and collective transformation, as your revised view of others changes the way they show up in the world. When you revise a conflict with a friend or a colleague, you are not just changing your own mind. You are changing the quantum field that you both share. As you see them in their highest light, they will begin to act in accordance with that new projection, often without knowing why. You are the one who sets the tone for your relationships, and revision is the way you ensure that your social world is a reflection of harmony and respect. You are the center of your universe, and everyone else is merely a messenger telling you who you are being. The plasticity of time is the ultimate freedom, as it means that you are never stuck in a reality that you do not prefer. You can always go back and change the coordinates of your history, selecting a different path that leads to a different destination. This fluidity is the nature of the quantum field, and your imagination is the vehicle that allows you to navigate its infinite variations. You are the master mariner of your own timeline, and revision is the compass that keeps you on course toward your highest vision. The past is yours to shape, and the future is yours to create. The daily practice of revision builds a sense of internal security that no external event can disturb. You know that no matter what happens during the day, you have the power to correct it in the silence of your own mind. This knowledge removes the fear of failure and the anxiety of the unknown, allowing you to move through the world with a sense of peace and authority. You are no longer a victim of chance, but the deliberate cause of your own effects. Every day is a fresh opportunity to refine your masterpiece, and revision is the tool that makes it possible. You are the conscious architect, and the world is your mirror. The pruning shears of revision are the final step in the mastery of the law of assumption, the point where you realize that your internal state is the only true reality. By changing the past, you are proving to yourself that the 3D world is merely a shadow that must follow the movement of your consciousness. You are the light that casts the shadow, and by changing the angle of your light, you change the shape of the world. This mastery of the projection is the goal of the journey, and revision is the path that leads you there. You are the one who decides what is true, and the world is the evidence of your conviction. The plasticity of time is the realization that the eternal now is the only time that exists, and that within this now, all pasts and futures are present as probabilities. When you revise a memory, you are simply choosing a different probability that exists in the same space as the original. You are moving your awareness from one version of the now to another, changing the entire structure of your existence in an instant. This is the power of the conscious observer, the one who collapses the wave function of reality according to their own will. You are the master of the now, and the past is yours to command. The healing of trauma through revision is the ultimate act of self-love, as it involves giving yourself the peace and the resolution that the world could not provide. You are taking responsibility for your own healing, refusing to wait for an apology or a change in circumstances to feel better. You are the one who provides the closure, the one who provides the comfort, and the one who provides the new story. This self-sufficiency is the hallmark of the creator, the one who knows that everything they need is already within them. You are the source of your own joy, and revision is the way you protect that source from the shadows of the past. The pruning shears of revision are the daily hygiene of the soul, keeping your consciousness clear of the debris of the day and focused on your highest ideals. By making this practice a non-negotiable part of your life, you are ensuring that you are always operating from a place of power and clarity. You are the guardian of your own internal atmosphere, and revision is the way you maintain the frequency of the wish fulfilled. You are the master of your own reality, and the world is the evidence of your mastery. The past is yours to shape, and the masterpiece is yours to enjoy. The plasticity of time is the final secret of the conscious architect, the understanding that allows you to live a life of limitless possibility and grace. You are no longer bound by the laws of the physical world, but are governed by the laws of consciousness and the power of assumption. You are the one who decides what is possible, and you are the one who makes it real through the precision of your focus. By mastering the art of revision, you are reclaiming your sovereignty over the entire field of existence, proving that you are the divine creator of your own reality. The world is your canvas, and the past is merely one of the colors you use to paint your masterpiece. The daily practice of revision is the ultimate demonstration of your faith in the creative power of your own imagination. It is the refusal to accept anything less than the best for yourself and for those in your world. By consistently rewriting the day's failures into successes, you are training your subconscious to expect and produce excellence in every area of your life. You are building a momentum of manifestation that is unstoppable, as you are constantly refining the blueprint that the field must follow. You are the master of the collapse, and revision is the way you ensure that every collapse is a masterpiece of your own design. The healing of trauma through revision is a journey of transformation that leads to the realization of your own divinity. You are not a broken person trying to fix themselves. You are a divine being who is learning to use their creative power to shape their own experience. This realization is the ultimate goal of the journey, as it frees you from the illusions of separation and lack. You are the one who brought the world into being, and you are the one who has the power to change it. Revision is the tool that allows you to exercise that power over the past, ensuring that your life is a continuous expression of your highest self. The plasticity of time is the invitation to live a life of total freedom and intentionality, where no event is so solid that it cannot be changed. You are the master of your own timeline, and the pruning shears of revision are the way you keep your path clear and your vision focused. Every revised memory is a step toward the realization of your highest potential, a movement of your consciousness toward the state of the wish fulfilled. You are the creator, the observer, and the manifestation, and the past is yours to shape. The work is yours, the power is yours, and the masterpiece is your life. As you conclude your day tonight, sit in the silence and take the pruning shears to your history. Rewrite the failures, dissolve the conflicts, and replace the lack with abundance. Feel the reality of the new version of your day until it becomes more natural than the original. In doing so, you are not just changing your memory, you are changing the very fabric of your reality. You are the conscious architect of the quantum field, and the past is your newest workspace. The world is waiting for your next correction, and the masterpiece is being perfected in the silent laboratory of your mind. The plasticity of time is the final realization that you are the one who decides what is real, and that the past is merely a collection of stories that you have the power to edit. By reclaiming your authority over your history, you are reclaiming your authority over your entire existence. You are no longer a victim of your past, but the master of your present and the architect of your future. The pruning shears of revision are the scepter of your power, and the world is the kingdom that must reflect your command. You are the master of reality, and the journey has only just begun. The emotional charge that has kept your old wounds in place is now being dissolved by the light of your awareness. You are replacing the pain of the past with the peace of the present, and the results are already manifesting in your physical world. You are a being of infinite potential, and your imagination is the tool that allows you to express that potential in every moment. By mastering the art of revision, you are ensuring that your life is a masterpiece of beauty, abundance, and joy. You are the creator, and the past is yours to shape. The mastery of your history through revision is the final act of clearing the canvas, yet even as the brushstrokes of your new past begin to dry, you will encounter the most subtle and deceptive obstacle in the entire process of reality creation. This is the paradox of desire, a psychological threshold where the very intensity of your longing becomes the primary barrier to your fulfillment. You have been taught that the more you want something, the harder you must work and the more focus you must apply. but the quantum field operates on a set of laws that are often the direct opposite of human logic. In the realm of consciousness, the energy of trying is a confession of absence, a high-frequency broadcast of the fact that you do not currently possess what you seek. To bridge the final gap between the imaginal and the physical, you must master the art of detachment, moving from the frantic vibration of the seeker to the settled frequency of the possessor. The law of reversed effort is the mechanical explanation for why your most desperate prayers often go unanswered, while your casual passing thoughts manifest with effortless ease. When you apply willpower to a desire, you are engaging the analytical, survival-oriented part of your brain that views the goal as something outside of yourself. This creates a state of internal tension where the conscious mind is trying to force the subconscious to accept a new reality through sheer strength. However, the subconscious is a delicate and sensitive medium that recoils from pressure, much like a mirror that cracks when you try to push your hand through the glass to touch the reflection. The more you strain to make something happen, the more you reinforce the observation that it hasn't happened yet, which the field faithfully reflects back to you as more delay and more struggle. In the quantum laboratory, the observer effect proves that the quality of the observation determines the behavior of the particle. If your observation is colored by the feeling of effort, you are measuring a reality of resistance, which forces the quantum field to produce more obstacles that justify that effort. This is why the most successful creators often appear to be the most relaxed. They are not trying to change the world, but are simply allowing the world to catch up to their internal state. Effort is a biological signal of a threat or a lack, triggering the release of cortisol and locking the brain into a narrow, survival-based focus. To collapse the wave function of your highest potential, you must replace the heat of effort with the cool, calm light of assumption, realizing that the work was finished the moment you conceived of the end. This leads us to the critical necessity of dropping the importance of your desire, a concept that feels counterintuitive to the ego, which thrives on high stakes and drama. When you imbue a goal with excessive importance, you are essentially telling the universe that this thing is bigger than you are, creating a vibrational hierarchy where you are looking up at your dream. This high-stakes thinking creates a repelling frequency, a psychological distortion that Neville Goddard described as the interference of the world. By making the desire a big deal, you are signaling that its absence is a catastrophe, which keeps your nervous system in a state of fight or flight. The field responds to this desperation by maintaining the distance between you and the object of your importance, as the frequency of needing is the polar opposite of the frequency of having. To drop the importance is to treat your grandest dreams with the same casual certainty that you treat the act of breathing or the knowledge that the sun will rise tomorrow. You must move the desire from the pedestal of the extraordinary to the level of the mundane, making it a natural and expected part of your daily experience. If you were already the person you want to be, you would not be obsessing over the goal. You would simply be living your life, occupied by the new interests and responsibilities that come with that state. This sense of ordinariness is the secret signature of the wish fulfilled, the point where the ego finally stops screaming because it has been satisfied. You are not losing your passion. You are refining it into a stable, unshakable conviction that requires no external validation. Dropping the importance is a mechanical adjustment of your internal transceiver that removes the excess potential and restores the balance of the field. Imagine you are waiting for a package that you know is already in the mail. You don't stand at the door all day in a state of panic, because the knowledge of its arrival is a settled fact. You go about your business, perhaps even forgetting about the package for hours at a time, because your certainty has removed the need for anxiety. This is the state of mind you must cultivate toward your manifestations, a quiet confidence that allows you to withdraw your attention from the 3D world without fear. When the importance is gone, the resistance vanishes, and the bridge of incidents can unfold without the friction of your interference. The ultimate technique for achieving this state is reaching the point of indifference, a psychological sweet spot where you truly do not care whether the manifestation appears in the physical world or not. This is not a state of apathy or hopelessness, but a state of total internal fulfillment where the imaginal act has become so real that the 3D evidence is no longer required for your happiness. You have reached the point where you can say to yourself that you have already experienced the joy of the goal in your imagination, so its physical appearance is merely a secondary detail. This indifference is the most powerful position a creator can occupy because it represents the total absence of lack. When you no longer need it to happen, it is finally free to happen, as there is no longer any vibrational resistance holding it at bay. The point of indifference is the threshold of the quantum leap, the moment when the wave function finally collapses because the observer has stopped measuring the absence. As long as you are checking the mirror or looking for signs, you are still invested in the lack, which keeps the old reality alive. But when you reach indifference, you are essentially telling the field that the transaction is complete and you have moved on to other things. This withdrawal of attention is the final command that forces the 3D world to harden into the shape of your assumption. It is the realization that you are already whole and complete within yourself, and that the external world is merely a shadow that must eventually follow your lead. Reaching this state requires you to find your satisfaction entirely within the sanctuary of your own mind, using your imagination to provide the sensory evidence that the ego craves. When you can sit in the silence and feel the reality of your desire so intensely that you feel a sense of satiety, you have done the work. The hunger for the goal disappears because you have fed your subconscious with the tones of reality, leaving you in a state of peaceful indifference toward the external timeline. You are no longer waiting for the world to give you permission to be happy. You have claimed your happiness as a present moment fact. This internal independence is the foundation of all true mastery, allowing you to walk through the world as a sovereign being who is not moved by appearances. Once the seed of your desire has been successfully planted in the subconscious through the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you enter the state of the Sabbath. This is the period of psychological rest that follows the creative act, a time when you cease from your own works and allow the power within you to take over the manifestation process. In the biblical sense, the Sabbath is not merely a day of the week, but a state of mind where you no longer feel the need to imagine, affirm, or perform any techniques. You have reached a point of mental closure where the desire is no longer a project you are working on, but a finished fact that you are simply waiting to witness. To continue trying to manifest after the seed has been planted is like digging up a flower every morning to see if the roots are growing, which only serves to kill the life you have initiated. The Sabbath is the ultimate test of your understanding of the law, requiring you to remain in a state of rest even when the physical world remains unchanged. It is a period of mental pregnancy where the manifestation is developing in the unseen realm, and any attempt to hurry the process through external effort will only result in a miscarriage of the goal. You must learn to trust the timing of the subconscious and the mechanics of the bridge of incidents, knowing that the law is as certain as the laws of gravity. During the Sabbath, your only task is to remain in the state of naturalness, refusing to let the old thoughts of lack or the questions of the analytical mind disturb your peace. You are resting in the conviction that it is finished, and this rest is the highest form of creative activity. The transition into the Sabbath is often marked by a sudden loss of interest in the imaginal act itself, as the mind naturally moves on to other things once it has accepted the new reality. You may find that you can no longer conjure the same intensity of feeling for the goal, or that the desire itself seems to have lost its urgency. Many people mistake this for a loss of faith or a sign that they have failed, but it is actually the strongest indicator that the impression has been successful. The subconscious has taken the command, and the conscious mind is now free to return to the present moment. This is the psychological exhale that follows the inhale of the imaginal act, a necessary part of the rhythm of creation that allows the field to do its work. During the Sabbath, you must be the guardian of your own peace, refusing to engage in any internal or external conversation that contradicts your finished state. If someone asks you about your progress, you speak from the end, or you simply remain silent, knowing that the evidence is already on its way. You do not need to defend your vision or explain your confidence to anyone, for your internal conviction is the only authority that matters. The Sabbath is a private sanctuary where you commune with the reality you have created, enjoying the feeling of completion while the 3D world undergoes its slow rearrangement. You are no longer a creator in the sense of doing. You are now the witness who is preparing to see the glory of their own word made flesh. The Sabbath is not a state of forced ignoring, but but a state of genuine lack of interest in the problem because the solution has been fully accepted. It is the peace that passes all understanding, a deep-seated knowing that requires no proof and fears no contradiction. When you are in the Sabbath, you can look at the empty bank account or the lonely room and smile, because you know that those shadows are already being dissolved by the light of your new assumption. You are living in the end, and the end is a place of total security and rest. The more deeply you can enter this rest, the more rapidly the manifestation will appear, as your total lack of resistance allows the field to move with maximum efficiency. This state of rest is the final stage of the collapse of the wave function, where the observer has completely stepped out of the way to allow the particle to take its position. In quantum terms, your continued attention on the goal acts as a constant measurement that keeps the wave in a state of flux. By entering the Sabbath and withdrawing your measurement, you are allowing the field to finalize the collapse into the specific physical event you have chosen. The Sabbath is the moment of release, the final letting go that permits the universe to deliver the results of your internal work. You have struck the note, and now you are allowing the resonance to fill the room. The paradox of detachment is that by letting go of the need for the result, you become the perfect match for the result. You have moved beyond the ego's need for control and into the master's state of allowance, where the laws of consciousness can operate without the distortion of human fear. You are no longer trying to bridge the gap between here and there, because you have realized that there is no gap in the quantum field. Everything you desire is already a part of you, and the Sabbath is the time when you simply sit back and watch that truth become visible. This is the ultimate freedom, the freedom from the struggle of the world and the realization of your own divine power. As you walk through your day in the state of the Sabbath, you will find that your actions become more intuitive and your decisions more effortless. You are no longer forcing things to happen, but are instead being moved by the subconscious along the bridge of incidents. You might find yourself in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people, and saying the right things without any conscious planning. This is the flow state of the conscious creator, where the internal and external worlds are in perfect harmony. You are the observer of your own success, enjoying the unfolding of a masterpiece that you have already finished in the silence. The point of indifference and the Sabbath together form a fortress of psychological strength that makes you immune to the fluctuations of the 3D world. You are no longer a victim of the news, the economy, or the opinions of others, because your reality is anchored in a place that the world cannot touch. You have mastered the art of detachment, and in doing so, you have mastered the world. The paradox is resolved, the effort is gone, and the manifestation is inevitable. You are resting in the power of your own I am, and the world is your mirror, reflecting the peace and the abundance that you have claimed as your own. The journey from desire to detachment is the final evolution of the conscious architect, the transition from the apprentice who tries to the master who simply is. You have learned that the world is not something to be conquered, but something to be assumed, and that the greatest power is found in the ability to remain still. By dropping the importance and reaching the point of indifference, you have removed the final barriers to your highest potential. You are now in the Sabbath, the state of rest where the word becomes flesh and the dream becomes the fact. The machinery of the universe is working for you, and the harvest is already being gathered in the unseen fields of your consciousness. Every moment of your life is now a celebration of your creative power, as you move from one fulfilled state to the next with ease and grace. You are no longer driven by the fear of lack, but by the joy of expression, using the laws of quantum psychology to paint a life of limitless beauty. The Sabbath is not the end of the journey, but the beginning of a new way of being where you are the deliberate cause of every effect you see. You have found the secret of detachment, and the world is now your playground. Rest in your power, stay in your peace, and watch as the masterpiece of your life continues to unfold in perfect timing and perfect order. The act of reality creation requires a physical anchor, a point where the fluid energy of your imagination meets the resistance of the material world to be forged into something tangible. This is where the quantum journaling method transcends the limitations of simple positive thinking or the repetitive drone of empty affirmations. You are not writing about what you want to happen. You are documenting the history of your future with the clinical precision of a historian recording an event that has already passed. By putting pen to paper, you are performing a ritual of measurement that fixes a specific probability into your timeline, effectively collapsing the wave function through the focused intent of the written word. This is the mechanical process of turning a wave of possibility into a particle of experience, using the hand as the final transceiver that broadcasts your internal state into the physical dimensions. Traditional journaling is often an exercise in rumination, a place where you vent your frustrations and reinforce the very identity you are trying to escape. Quantum journaling, however, is an architectural process where the page becomes a blueprint for a version of yourself that already exists in the field of infinite potential. When you write from the perspective of the future self who has already achieved the goal, you are performing a psychological displacement that forces the subconscious to reconcile the present with the new narrative. You are not hoping for a change. You are asserting that the change is a matter of historical record, creating a sense of inevitability that the logical mind cannot easily dismiss. This shift in perspective is the difference between a beggar asking for crumbs and a sovereign decreeing the boundaries of their kingdom. The subconscious mind operates on a frequency of absolute literalism, and it does not have the capacity to argue with a statement that is presented as a finished fact. When you write in the past tense, describing your successes as if they occurred months or years ago, you are providing the engine room with a set of instructions that it must follow with total fidelity. This technique, the history of the future, works by creating a memory of an event that has not yet appeared in the three-dimensional world. Because the brain cannot distinguish between a vividly imagined memory and a physical one, it begins to fire the neural pathways associated with that success. You are literally rewiring your biology to support a reality that your eyes have not yet seen, making the manifestation a biological necessity rather than a distant dream. A script that lacks sensory detail is a ghost that the subconscious will never recognize as a solid reality, as the deep mind requires the textures of the physical world to accept an impression. You must populate your writing with the specific sights, sounds, and touches that would accompany the fulfillment of your desire. Do not simply write that you are wealthy. Describe the specific weight of the expensive watch on your wrist or the subtle scent of the leather seats in your new car. Mention the specific resonance of a mentor's voice as they congratulate you on your latest achievement, and the feeling of the cool air in the office you have always wanted to occupy. These sensory hooks are what snag the attention of the deeper mind, dragging the quantum probability out of the void and into your physical timeline. The most important sensory detail you can incorporate into your script is the feeling of relief, that profound psychological exhale that occurs when a long-standing problem has been solved. Relief is the ultimate indicator of the wish fulfilled, because it marks the total absence of the tension associated with wanting and lack. In your journaling, describe the moment you sat down and realized that the struggle was finally over, and the deep sense of peace that flooded your nervous system. This feeling of relief acts as a vibrational solvent that dissolves the final layers of resistance, allowing the manifestation to flow into your life without the friction of your own interference. When you can feel the relief on the page, the subconscious accepts that the search is finished and begins to harden the result into fact. The hand-brain connection is a powerful neurobiological circuit that amplifies the intensity of your internal focus during the act of writing. Unlike typing on a screen, which is a repetitive and fragmented motor skill, handwriting involves a complex coordination of fine motor movements that engages the reticular activating system. This system acts as the gatekeeper of your awareness, and when you write your future history by hand, you are commanding this gatekeeper to prioritize the information associated with your new identity. You are signaling to your brain that this information is of critical importance, which causes the RAS to begin filtering the environment for opportunities and coincidences that match your script. The act of writing is a physical measurement that forces the quantum field to respond to your specific intent. Your sensory script should be a distillation of your highest vision, a concentrated burst of reality that you can revisit until it becomes more natural than your current circumstances. You are looking for the tones of reality, those subtle nuances that make a moment feel authentic and unforced. If your script feels like a fantasy, you must continue to refine the details until it carries the weight of a mundane memory. The goal is to reach a state of naturalness, where the idea of not having your desire feels like the illusion, and the written word on the page feels like the solid truth. This internal reversal is the point of no return, where the seed has been planted so deeply that the harvest becomes an inevitable consequence of your focus. The history of the future is a living document that evolves as you move through the branches of the quantum field, allowing you to constantly refine the blueprint of your life. As you achieve one level of success, you use the journaling method to anchor the next, creating a continuous stream of conscious creation. You are the author of your own biography, and you are no longer waiting for life to write the chapters for you. By taking control of the narrative, you are taking control of the quantum signature you project, ensuring that your life is a reflection of your intentionality rather than your past conditioning. The page is the laboratory where your dreams are turned into facts through the alchemy of the written word. Gratitude is the final and most sophisticated command you can give to the quantum field, acting as the vibrational signature of a completed transaction. When you anchor your journaling in a state of profound thankfulness, you are not performing a social nicety. You are making a mathematical statement of possession. Gratitude is the feeling that arises after a gift has been received, and by cultivating this feeling before the physical evidence appears, you're telling the field that the manifestation is already a fact. This creates a powerful resonance that collapses the remaining distance between you and your goal, as the frequency of thankfulness is the polar opposite of the frequency of wanting. Thank you is the most powerful prayer in existence because it acknowledges the creative power within you as the source of all things. Using gratitude as a quantum anchor prevents you from falling back into the state of seeking, as it keeps your awareness fixed on the abundance that is already present in your consciousness. In your scripts, do not just list the things you are grateful for. Describe the deep sense of appreciation you feel for the version of yourself who had the courage to claim this reality. Thank the field for its perfect responsiveness and the bridge of incidents that brought your vision to life with such ease and grace. This practice of preemptive gratitude forces the subconscious to find the physical evidence that justifies the emotion, effectively pulling the manifestation into the present moment. You are using the biology of your heart to influence the physics of the field, creating a feedback loop of fulfillment that is unstoppable. The mechanics of gratitude involve a shift from the ego's perspective of struggle to the master's perspective of allowance and grace. When you are in a state of gratitude, your heart sends a powerful electromagnetic signal to the field that is far more coherent than the signal of the analytical mind. This coherence acts as a beacon that draws the corresponding particles of the field into alignment with your intention, accelerating the process of materialization. Gratitude is the state of total non-resistance, the point where you have fully surrendered the how and the when to the infinite intelligence of the subconscious. By ending every journaling session with a sincere expression of thanks, you are sealing the impression and allowing the creative power to take over the manifestation. The sensory script and the quantum anchor of gratitude together form a complete system for the intentional selection of reality. The script provides the specific coordinates and the sensory weight, while the gratitude provides the vibrational momentum and the final collapse of the wave. You are no longer guessing or hoping. You are engineering your experience with the precision of a master architect. This method allows you to bypass the noise of the world and the doubts of the logical mind, creating a private sanctuary of creation where your word is the only law. As you become more proficient in this practice, the gap between the written word and the physical fact will continue to shrink until the two become one. The feeling of relief that you anchor in your script is the primary frequency that the quantum field uses to identify your new state of being. Relief signals that the tension of the problem has been resolved, which forces the field to provide the physical circumstances that match that resolution. In your journaling, you might describe a conversation where you tell a friend how relieved you are that your finances are finally in order, or how peaceful you feel now that your health has been restored. By documenting these moments of relief, you are providing the subconscious with the emotional evidence it needs to accept the new reality as a present fact. You are moving from a state of fight or flight into a state of rest and reception, which is the only environment in which true creation can occur. The quantum journaling method is a practice of radical self-persuasion, where you use the power of the written word to convince your own deeper mind of a new truth. You are not trying to change the world. You are changing the internal record of what the world is, knowing that the mirror must eventually reflect the change. This requires a level of persistence and discipline that most people never achieve, as it involves staying faithful to the page even when the 3D world is showing you the opposite. But for those who are willing to do the work, the journal becomes a book of miracles, a physical record of the many times your imagination has successfully dictated the structure of your life. You are the master of the script, and the world is the stage on which your story is performed. The sensory details you choose for your script should be those that carry the strongest emotional resonance for you, as these are the ones that will most effectively penetrate the subconscious. If you are manifesting a new home, don't just write about the number of rooms. Write about the specific sound of your footsteps on the hardwood floors or the way the sunlight hits the kitchen table in the morning. These small, intimate details are the language of the soul, and they provide the subconscious with the anchors it needs to make the scene feel real. When the scene feels real to you, it becomes real to the field, and the process of manifestation is set in motion. You are using your imagination to build a world that is so vivid and so complete that the 3D world has no choice but to conform. Gratitude serves as the ultimate protection against the interference of the ego, which always wants to know how things will happen and when they will arrive. When you are truly grateful, you are in a state of having, which removes the need for the ego to interfere with the bridge of incidents. You are resting in the knowledge that the law is certain and the results are sure, allowing the infinite intelligence of the field to find the most efficient path to your goal. Gratitude is the sign of a mature creator who understands that they are the source of their own reality and that the world is merely a reflection of their internal state. By anchoring your script in this frequency, you are ensuring that your creative process remains one of joy, ease, and ultimate success. The history of the future is not a static document, but a living, breathing expression of your expanding consciousness. As you grow and your vision becomes larger, your scripts will naturally reflect this expansion, moving you into higher and higher branches of the quantum field. You are learning to navigate the multiverse with the precision of a master, using your journal as the logbook of your journey. Each entry is a new coordinate, a new measurement, and a new reality that you have consciously selected. You are no longer a victim of your past or a prisoner of your circumstances. You are the architect of your own destiny, and the pen is the scepter of your power. The sensory script allows you to taste the fruit of your labor before the tree has even grown, providing you with the psychological satiety that ends the state of seeking. When you can feel the reality of your success on the page, the hunger for it in the 3D world disappears, replaced by a deep sense of satisfaction and peace. This satiety is the final requirement for the collapse of the wave function, as it proves that you are no longer in a state of lack. You have reached the point of internal possession, and the physical appearance of your desire is now a mere formality. You are living from the end, and the journal is the evidence of your conviction. Using gratitude as a quantum anchor is the ultimate act of faith in the creative power that resides within you. It is the recognition that you and the Father are one, and that the Father is your own wonderful human imagination. When you can say thank you for a reality that your eyes cannot yet see, you are demonstrating a level of spiritual maturity that is truly extraordinary. You are operating from the realm of causes, knowing that the effects will follow as a matter of scientific necessity. Gratitude is the bridge between the human and the divine, the frequency that allows you to commune with the infinite potential of the quantum field and bring your highest visions into being. The journaling method is a tool for the daily refinement of your self-concept, a way to ensure that your internal signal remains clear and focused on your highest ideals. By spending time each day documenting the history of your future, you are reinforcing your new identity and starving the old self of the attention it needs to survive. You are building a new brain, a new nervous system, and a new reality through the persistent application of the written word. This is the work of the conscious architect, the one who knows that the world is a mirror and that the only way to change the reflection is to change the face that is being reflected. The journal is the mirror in which you see your new self, and the world is the evidence of that transformation. The sensory script is the way you provide the subconscious with the specific blueprints it needs to build your life. Without these details, the field has no clear direction and will continue to reflect the vague and often contradictory signals of your past conditioning. By being specific and sensory vivid, you are giving the field a clear and unmistakable command to produce a specific result. You are moving from the realm of abstract desire into the realm of concrete fact, using your imagination to sculpt the world according to your will. The more detailed your script, the more precisely the field can respond, ensuring that your manifestation is a perfect match for your vision. Gratitude is the final seal on your creative act, the moment when you release the desire into the hands of the infinite intelligence and allow the bridge of incidents to unfold. It is the end of the struggle and the beginning of the reception, a state of mind where you are open and ready to receive the blessings you have claimed. By cultivating this state in your journal, you are ensuring that your internal atmosphere remains one of abundance and joy, regardless of what is happening in the external world. You are the master of your own vibration, and gratitude is the note that you strike to bring the entire universe into harmony with your will. The journal is the sanctuary where this harmony is created, and the world is the stage on which it is expressed. The history of the future is the most powerful story you will ever tell, because it is the story that creates your life. By choosing to write this story with intention and feeling, you are reclaiming your power as a conscious creator and stepping into the role you were always meant to play. You are no longer a character in a play written by someone else. You are the director, the playwright, and the lead actor in a masterpiece of your own design. The journal is the script, the sensory details are the scenery, and the gratitude is the applause that follows a perfect performance. You have found the secret, and the world is waiting for your next chapter. The quantum journaling method is a reminder that you are a being of infinite power, and that your mind is the most powerful tool in the universe. Use it with purpose, use it with feeling, and use it with the absolute conviction that your wishes are already fulfilled. The history of the future is yours to write, the sensory script is yours to create, and the gratitude is yours to feel. You are the master of your own reality, and the journal is the evidence of your power. The field is listening, the mirror is ready, and the masterpiece is in your hands. The act of writing is a physical measurement that fixes a specific probability into your timeline, effectively collapsing the wave function through the focused intent of the written word. This is the mechanical process of turning a wave of possibility into a particle of experience, using the hand as the final transceiver that broadcasts your internal state into the physical dimensions. You are not writing about what you want to happen. You are documenting the history of your future with the clinical precision of a historian recording an event that has already passed. By putting pen to paper, you are performing a ritual of measurement that fixes a specific probability into your timeline. The sensory script and the quantum anchor of gratitude together form a complete system for the intentional selection of reality. The script provides the specific coordinates and the sensory weight, while the gratitude provides the vibrational momentum and the final collapse of the wave. You are no longer guessing or hoping. You are engineering your experience with the precision of a master architect. This method allows you to bypass the noise of the world and the doubts of the logical mind, creating a private sanctuary of creation where your word is the only law. The feeling of relief that you anchor in your script is the primary frequency that the quantum field uses to identify your new state of being. Relief signals that the tension of the problem has been resolved, which forces the field to provide the physical circumstances that match that resolution. In your journaling, you might describe a conversation where you tell a friend how relieved you are that your finances are finally in order, or how peaceful you feel now that your health has been restored. By documenting these moments of relief, you are providing the subconscious with the emotional evidence it needs to accept the new reality as a present fact. The quantum journaling method is a practice of radical self-persuasion, where you use the power of the written word to convince your own deeper mind of a new truth. You are not trying to change the world. You are changing the internal record of what the world is, knowing that the mirror must eventually reflect the change. This requires a level of persistence and discipline that most people never achieve, as it involves staying faithful to the page even when the 3D world is showing you the opposite. But for those who are willing to do the work, the journal becomes a book of miracles, a physical record of the many times your imagination has successfully dictated the structure of your life. The history of the future is the most powerful story you will ever tell, because it is the story that creates your life. By choosing to write this story with intention and feeling, you are reclaiming your power as a conscious creator and stepping into the role you were always meant to play. You are no longer a character in a play written by someone else. You are the director, the playwright, and the lead actor in a masterpiece of your own design. The journal is the script, the sensory details are the scenery, and the gratitude is the applause that follows a perfect performance. The quantum journaling method is a reminder that you are a being of infinite power and that your mind is the most powerful tool in the universe. Use it with purpose, use it with feeling, and use it with the absolute conviction that your wishes are already fulfilled. The history of the future is yours to write, the sensory script is yours to create, and the gratitude is yours to feel. You are the master of your own reality, and the journal is the evidence of your power. The field is listening, the mirror is ready, and the masterpiece is in your hands. The act of writing is a physical measurement that fixes a specific probability into your timeline, effectively collapsing the wave function through the focused intent of the written word. This is the mechanical process of turning a wave of possibility into a particle of experience, using the hand as the final transceiver that broadcasts your internal state into the physical dimensions. You are not writing about what you want to happen. You are documenting the history of your future with the clinical precision of a historian recording an event that has already passed. By putting pen to paper, you are performing a ritual of measurement that fixes a specific probability into your timeline. The sensory script and the quantum anchor of gratitude together form a complete system for the intentional selection of reality. The script provides the specific coordinates and the sensory weight, while the gratitude provides the vibrational momentum and the final collapse of the wave. You are no longer guessing or hoping. You are engineering your experience with the precision of a master architect. This method allows you to bypass the noise of the world and the doubts of the logical mind, creating a private sanctuary of creation where your word is the only law. The feeling of relief that you anchor in your script is the primary frequency that the quantum field uses to identify your new state of being. Relief signals that the tension of the problem has been resolved, which forces the field to provide the physical circumstances that match that resolution. In your journaling, you might describe a conversation where you tell a friend how relieved you are that your finances are finally in order, or how peaceful you feel now that your health has been restored. By documenting these moments of relief, you are providing the subconscious with the emotional evidence it needs to accept the new reality as a present fact. The quantum journaling method is a practice of radical self-persuasion, where you use the power of the written word to convince your own deeper mind of a new truth. You are not trying to change the world. You are changing the internal record of what the world is, knowing that the mirror must eventually reflect the change. This requires a level of persistence and discipline that most people never achieve, as it involves staying faithful to the page even when the 3D world is showing you the opposite. But for those who are willing to do the work, the journal becomes a book of miracles, a physical record of the many times your imagination has successfully dictated the structure of your life. The transition from doing techniques to being the state is the ultimate threshold of the creator, where the tools of manifestation are no longer needed because the identity itself has become the manifestation. You are moving beyond the phase of active scripting and into a way of life where every breath and every thought is a natural expression of your highest vision. This is the point where the conscious architect becomes the conscious creator, and the world is no longer something you are trying to change, but something you are simply observing as a reflection of your own being. You are the living evidence of the law, a sovereign individual who has realized that the kingdom of heaven is truly within. The life cycle of a creator is one of continuous expansion, where each success becomes the foundation for a higher intention and a more magnificent expression of the self. You are no longer driven by the need to solve problems or escape lack, but by the joyous desire to see how far your imagination can take you. This is the state of unity consciousness, where you recognize that everyone and everything in your world is merely a part of yourself pushed out into the field for your own witness. You have mastered the mechanics of reality creation, and now you are ready to live the life you have designed with absolute freedom and grace. The threshold of true mastery is crossed the moment you stop treating reality creation as a series of chores to be performed and begin to experience it as the very fabric of your breath. For the novice, the work is characterized by a sense of doing where the mind is constantly reaching for a tool, a script, or a meditation to fix a perceived problem in the external world. This stage of development is necessary for training the focus, yet it carries the inherent risk of maintaining the very sense of separation that keeps your desires at a distance. Mastery arrives when the techniques dissolve into the background and you simply occupy the state of being the person who already possesses the result. You are no longer an architect drawing plans. You are the inhabitant of the finished mansion, moving through its rooms with a sense of complete and utter naturalness. The final integration of these principles requires a fundamental shift in your neurological homeostasis, where the elevated state becomes your default setting rather than a temporary peak. In the beginning, your brain treats the feeling of the wish fulfilled as an anomaly, a foreign frequency that it attempts to correct by pulling you back into the familiar grooves of your old identity. Through persistent assumption, however, you reach a critical mass where the new neural pathways become the path of least resistance for your consciousness. You no longer have to remind yourself to feel wealthy, loved, or successful, because those qualities have become the underlying architecture of your self-concept. This is the state of unconscious competence, where your internal world broadcasts a signal of fulfillment so steady that the quantum field has no choice but to mirror it continuously. Living as the state means that your reactions to the world are no longer dictated by the evidence of your senses, but by the internal truth you have established. When a challenge arises in the three-dimensional world, the master does not see a threat to their manifestation, but a meaningless flicker on the screen of a movie that has already reached its happy ending. You move through your daily life with a quiet, unshakable authority, knowing that every event is a part of the bridge of incidents leading to your inevitable success. This detachment from the drama of the present moment is not a form of coldness, but a profound expression of faith in the creative power of your own imagination. You are so anchored in the end that the middle no longer has the power to disturb your peace or rattle your conviction. The life cycle of a creator is marked by the transition from survival-based manifestation to the joyous exploration of infinite potential. In the early stages, most people use these laws to solve immediate problems like debt, loneliness, or ill health, which is a perfectly valid use of the power. However, as you achieve these initial goals, you will find that the satisfaction of the physical object is secondary to the realization of your own creative sovereignty. You begin to set higher intentions not because you need them to be happy, but because you want to see how much beauty and expansion you can bring into the world. Your life becomes a grand artistic expression, a continuous exercise in stretching the boundaries of what you once thought was possible for a human being. Handling success is a skill that many overlook, yet it is essential for maintaining the momentum of your expansion into higher branches of reality. When a major manifestation arrives, the old ego often experiences a surge of fear or a feeling of unworthiness, attempting to sabotage the win to return to the safety of the known. You must learn to accept your successes with a sense of calm entitlement, recognizing them as the natural and predictable results of your internal work. Instead of treating a windfall or a new relationship as a lucky break, you acknowledge it as a localized collapse of the wave function that you personally commanded. This steady acceptance prevents you from resetting your internal thermostat and allows you to use your current success as the floor for your next level of creation. As you stabilize in your new reality, the nature of your intentions will naturally shift toward the collective, as you realize that your internal state influences the entire field. You begin to see that by elevating your own consciousness, you are providing a blueprint of possibility for everyone who enters your sphere of influence. Your success is not taken from anyone else, but is a contribution to the total abundance of the universe, proving that the laws of consciousness are available to all. This realization removes the last vestiges of competition and comparison from your mind, replacing them with a sense of unified purpose. You are a localized point of awareness that is intentionally expanding the boundaries of the human experience for the benefit of the whole. This brings us to the profound realization of unity consciousness, the understanding that everyone is you pushed out into the three-dimensional world. This is not a poetic metaphor, but a mechanical truth of the quantum field where there is only one consciousness appearing as many. Every person you encounter is a localized reflection of your own self-concept, playing the role you have assigned to them through your habitual assumptions and inner conversations. If you find yourself surrounded by people who are critical, unsupportive, or distant, it is a clear signal that you are maintaining those qualities within your own internal atmosphere. To change the behavior of others, you do not use persuasion or manipulation. You simply change the way you perceive yourself in relation to them. When you truly grasp the concept of everyone is you pushed out, the world becomes a perfectly transparent diagnostic tool for your own mind. You no longer blame others for their actions, because you realize they are merely messengers telling you who you are being in that moment. If you want to be loved, you must first be the person who is worthy of love in your own estimation, and the world will have no choice but to provide you with people who reflect that love. This gives you a level of social and relational power that is truly extraordinary, as it places the keys to every interaction firmly in your own hands. You are the only actor on the stage who has the script, and everyone else is waiting for your next internal command to decide how they will perform. The mastery of unity consciousness requires you to bless everyone you meet by seeing them in their highest and most fulfilled state. When you look past the flaws and limitations of others to see the divine potential within them, you are performing a creative act that elevates both yourself and the other person. You are refusing to validate the shadows in the mirror, choosing instead to focus on the light of the potentiality that resides in the quantum field. This practice of seeing the best in everyone is the ultimate shortcut to your own success, as it keeps your internal frequency tuned to the vibration of excellence. You are treating the world as a hall of mirrors, where every reflection is an opportunity to reinforce your own greatness and the greatness of the whole. As you move into this level of mastery, the distinction between the internal and the external begins to dissolve entirely. You no longer see yourself as a small person inside a big world, but as the consciousness in which the entire world exists. This shift in perspective removes the fear of the future and the regret of the past, as you realize that both are merely different coordinates within your own awareness. You are the eternal now, the point of origin for every event and every circumstance that appears on the screen of your life. This sovereignty is the final goal of the journey, the realization that you are the master of the field and the architect of your own destiny. To solidify this state of mastery, I am providing you with a 30-day challenge designed to move you from the phase of effort into the phase of effortless being. For the first 10 days, your focus is on radical mental diet and the role of the watchman at the gate. You will monitor every thought and every inner conversation, refusing to let any suggestion of lack, doubt, or criticism pass through your awareness. Every time you catch a thought that does not align with your highest vision, you will use the flip technique to immediately return to the frequency of the wish fulfilled. This is the period of detoxification, where you are clearing the clutter of the old self to make room for the new. During the second 10 days of the challenge, you will focus on the art of living from the end in every mundane moment of your day. You will walk through the world as if your grandest manifestation has already been a fact for years, adopting the posture, the speech, and the quiet confidence of your future self. You will make every decision from the perspective of the person who has already succeeded, asking yourself how that version of you would respond to the events of the day. This is the period of embodiment, where you are training your nervous system and your brain to accept the new reality as a present and undeniable fact. You are bridging the gap between imagination and physical form through the sheer persistence of your assumption. The final 10 days of the challenge are dedicated to the state of the Sabbath and the practice of unity consciousness. You will consciously drop the importance of your desires, reaching the point of indifference where you no longer need the 3D world to provide you with signs or confirmation. You will spend your time blessing everyone you encounter, seeing them as reflections of your own success and wholeness. This is the period of total surrender to the law, where you step out of the way and allow the infinite intelligence of the field to bring your vision to life. By the end of these 30 days, the transition from doing to being will be complete, and you will find that your life has transformed in ways you never thought possible. Throughout this process, your primary tool is the feeling of naturalness, the sense that your desired life is not a miracle, but a mundane and expected part of your existence. If a thought of your goal produces a spike of anxiety or a frantic need to do more, you have moved out of the state of mastery and back into the state of wanting. You must return to the silence, using the I Am meditation to reset your identity and reclaim your peace. True creation happens in the stillness, in the quiet confidence that knows the work is already finished in the unseen realm. You are the gardener who has planted the seed and is now resting in the knowledge that the harvest is guaranteed by the laws of nature. The life cycle of a creator is a journey of increasing refinement, where you learn to use your mind with the precision of a master craftsman. You are no longer interested in the quick fix or the temporary gain, but in the permanent elevation of your soul and the expansion of your reality. Each manifestation is a lesson in the mechanics of consciousness, a proof of your own power that builds a foundation of unshakable faith. You are moving toward a state of being where your every whim is reflected in the world with the speed of thought, as your internal resistance has been entirely dissolved. This is the promise of the quantum path, the realization of your own divinity in the midst of the material world. Unity consciousness also means taking radical responsibility for every conflict or shadow you see in the collective world. Instead of reacting with anger or judgment to the news or the state of society, you realize that these events are reflections of the collective self-concept of which you are a part. You use the power of revision to reimagine a world of harmony, peace, and abundance, knowing that your internal shift contributes to the reorganization of the entire field. You are a conscious cell in the body of humanity, and by healing yourself, you are participating in the healing of the whole. This is the highest use of the law of assumption, the movement from personal gain to universal service through the power of the individual mind. As you walk this path, you will find that the traditional boundaries of time and space become increasingly porous. You may experience moments of precognition, where you know an event is going to happen before it appears, or moments of synchronicity that seem too perfect to be mere chance. These are the signs that you are operating from the quantum level of reality, where all things are interconnected and time is a fluid landscape. You are no longer a prisoner of the clock, but a navigator of the eternal now, choosing your coordinates with intention and grace. Your life is no longer a struggle against the current, but a joyous dance with the infinite possibilities of the field. The final integration of these principles is the realization that there is nowhere to go and nothing to become, because you are already everything you seek. The entire journey of reality creation is simply the process of removing the illusions of lack and separation that have prevented you from seeing your own wholeness. When you stop trying to get somewhere and start being the destination, the world has no choice but to reflect that completion back to you. You are the source, the cause, and the effect, and the masterpiece of your life is the evidence of your own self-realization. You have mastered the art of being, and in doing so, you have mastered the universe. The 30-day challenge is not a test of your willpower, but an invitation to experience your true nature as a conscious creator. It is a structured path to the freedom that has always been yours, provided you have the courage to claim it. As you move through the days, be patient with yourself, knowing that every moment of awareness is a victory over the old conditioning. You are building a new world, one thought and one feeling at a time, and the results will be as solid and as real as the ground beneath your feet. Trust the process, trust the law, and above all, trust the infinite power of your own imagination. In the final stages of mastery, you will discover that the greatest joy is not the manifestation itself, but the sense of peace and authority that comes from knowing you are the cause. You can look at any circumstance, no matter how daunting, and know that you have the power to transform it through the movement of your own consciousness. This is the ultimate security, a security that the world cannot give and the world cannot take away. You are no longer at the mercy of the economy, the government, or the opinions of others, because you are the one who dictates the terms of your own existence. You are a sovereign being, a conscious architect, and the master of the quantum field. The cycle of creation is a continuous loop of intention, assumption, and reflection that expands with every turn. As you complete this series and move into the advanced application of these laws, remember that you are never alone in your work. The entire universe is a participatory field that is designed to respond to your commands and to support your highest vision. You are a part of a growing collective of souls who are reclaiming their power and building a new reality based on the principles of consciousness and love. This is the evolution of the human spirit, the transition from the age of struggle to the age of conscious creation. Your life is the most important project you will ever work on, and the tools you have acquired here are the most powerful instruments in existence. Use them with reverence, use them with purpose, and use them to create a world that is a reflection of your highest joy. There are no limits to what you can achieve, for you are the very consciousness that brought the stars into being. The field is ready, the mirror is waiting, and the masterpiece is yours to paint. You are the master, you are the creator, and you are the state. The transition to being the state is the moment when the seeker finally becomes the finder. You have stopped looking for the light and have realized that you are the sun, the source of all the light in your world. This realization is the end of the search and the beginning of a life of limitless expression and grace. You move through the world with a sense of wonder and gratitude, knowing that every moment is a gift of your own making. You have mastered the quantum psychology of reality creation, and the world is now your playground. As you step into this new way of living, remember that the only thing that can ever limit you is your own refusal to imagine something greater. Stay open to the infinite possibilities of the field and never allow the shadows of the past to define your future. You are a being of pure potential, and your imagination is the key that unlocks the doors to every reality you can conceive. Walk in the state of the wish fulfilled, live in the frequency of your highest self, and watch as the universe unfolds in perfect harmony with your will. You have found the secret, you have mastered the law, and the life of your dreams is now your daily reality. The final integration of these principles is the realization that you are the one who gives life to the world through the quality of your attention. By choosing to focus on the beautiful, the successful, and the fulfilled, you are commanding the quantum field to produce those exact results. This is the ultimate responsibility and the ultimate freedom, and it is the birthright of every human being. You have taken the throne of your own consciousness, and the world is your kingdom. Live as the creator you were born to be, and let your life be a testament to the power of the human spirit and the laws of the universe. The journey of the conscious creator is a path of light that leads to the realization of the absolute truth, that you are the master of your reality and the author of your own story. Every thought you think and every feeling you entertain is a stroke of the brush on the canvas of your life, and the masterpiece is yours to create. You have the knowledge, you have the tools, and you have the power. Now, go forth and build a world that is a perfect reflection of the greatness you carry within. The field is listening, the mirror is ready, and the journey has only just begun. This absolute guide to reality creation is the foundation upon which you will build the rest of your life, a life of abundance, joy, and limitless potential. You have mastered the quantum psychology of Neville Goddard, and the science of the feeling is the secret technique. You are now equipped to navigate the multiverse with precision and to select the realities of your choice with ease. Stay focused on the end, live as the state, and remember that you are the only authority in your universe. The transition is complete, the mastery is yours, and the future is a wide-open field of possibilities waiting for your command. The bridge of incidents is carrying you toward your highest vision, and every step you take is a part of the perfect plan you have set in motion. Trust the law, trust yourself, and enjoy the unfolding of your own magnificent creation. You are the master of the collapse, the architect of the wave, and the divine observer of your own masterpiece. The world is your mirror, and it is finally reflecting the peace, the love, and the abundance that you have claimed as your own. You have found the secret, and the secret has set you free to live as the conscious creator of your own reality. As you move forward from this moment, let the certainty of your power be the bedrock of your existence. There is no force in the universe that can stop a mind that is fixed in the state of the wish fulfilled, for you are operating from the level of cause where all things are originated. You have dismantled the illusions of the three-dimensional world and reclaimed your seat as the conscious architect of the field. Your life is no longer a matter of chance, but a deliberate and beautiful expression of your internal world. This is the final integration, the ultimate mastery, and the beginning of a life lived in total harmony with the creative power of the universe. If you are ready to walk this path of limitless potential and claim the reality that is rightfully yours. Subscribe now to join a collective of souls dedicated to the expansion of the internal self and the mastery of the quantum field.